Welcome to Modern Horizons free set review for Limited here with Simon. I'm going to be using the Limited Resources grading scale, which is that A are some of the best bombs in the set, like Bonnie Paul. B are awesome cards that pulls you in that color, like for example Spinewood's Armadillo. C are cards that almost always make your deck the backbone of the deck. Those are the majority of the cards in your deck, like Spinewood's Paladin. These are cards that are usually not very good, very mediocre. Sometimes you can play them if you got enough reasons and synergies. Like Tiny Bones Joins Up is a card from the last set I kind of like in this. Normally a very bad card, but if you got enough cards that pick up enchantments or legendary creatures that trigger it, it can actually be a pretty good role person. And Fs are completely unplayable cards in Limited, like Rest in Peace. Alright, let's start with white here. We got Airy Auxiliary, 3 and a white for a 3/3 flyer. When it enters the battlefield, support 2, so that means that you can put 2 counters onto other creatures. So this is a card that really rewards you for curving out with playing creatures before this. And it's a pretty decent card on its own, 3/3 flyer for 4. So this is a card you can play in any white deck and it's going to be good. There are also cards that cares about proliferate. So if you proliferate, you can get some extra things too. And there are also modified. So I want to give this a C+, and it can even trend towards B-. But you have to be aware that Modern Horizons 3 is a very powerful set. So cards that would be like C+, would be like B's in a normal set would be a little lower. So I'm going to start with C+, but I think it's a good card. Just because I think that even if you don't even get to support, it can still be fine. Yoni Fells the Godsire, we have a Saga here. 3 white for a Saga then, and it enters with 1 lore counter, and you sacrifice after the last one. This one has 3 chapters. The first one is exile target creature on opponent's controls power 3 or greater. So that's gonna take care of the big stuff, but it may not always have a target. There was a similar card in Kamigawa Neon Dynasty that wasn't even that insane. The second chapter is you create a 2/1 white cat warrior creature, then put a vigilance counter on a creature you control. So it could be that, or it could be something you already had. 2/1 vigilance is not the greatest, but it's free value. And the third chapter is target creature you control against double strike at the end of turn. So that's a aggressive ability. It makes you be able to attack for even more that turn, even enable attacks that you may not even had. I think that this card is not as good as it looks, just because I'm skeptical about how good the first chapter is going to be. Yes, you may envision this is a 5-drop, so you're gonna hit something, but there are matchups where your opponent's not gonna have mostly small creatures. 3 is a good number, though. I think the card from Kamigawa Neon Dynasty was 4, so this may hit more. I'm gonna start with a C+. I just don't think this is an insane bomb, because yes, 5 mana kill something power 3 greater is solid, but the 2/1 at that stage of the game may not do that much. It is nice that it's coming for free, but it's not coming until turn 6. And then the third chapter may not even do that much. So I think this is a solid card, but I just wouldn't think that it's not like a B-level card that's gonna pull me towards white heavily. It gets a little better if you got some ways to pick it up too, but I'm gonna start with C+. Alright, first Mythic here, and it's a flip card. Ajani Nakatal Pariah. 1 and a white for a 1/2. When it enters bad for you, create a 2 on cat creature token. So already I'm sold. 1 and a white for a 1/2 plus a 2, and it's a card that's just awesome. I think it would already be in a B+ range. Because for only 2 mana, you're getting so much stuff spread over 2 bodies. Whenever 1 or more other cats you control die, you may exile a Ajani and return him to the battlefield transform. So this is like the old Origins Planeswalkers, except this is a May. You don't even have to do this. And it becomes a Planeswalker. A Yarn in a Cattle Avenger, 3 loyalty, +2, you put a +1/+1 counter on each cat you control, which you may not have any play because one of your cats had to die to transform this, but if you don't have a cat, you can use the other abilities. And the 0 ability is a card that works with the +2 later. You create a 2/1 white cat token. When you do, if you control a red permanent other than a Ayani, he deals damage equal to the number of creatures you control to any target. So that's a good payoff if you are going wide. You need a red permanent, so this gets even better in Boros. But I wouldn't like start putting red cards in my deck for no reason. Just trigger that because I would just play a Johnny in any white deck. But then -4, so you need to +2 it first or proliferate. Each opponent chose an artifact, a creature, an enchantment, and a planeswalker from non-permanents they control and sacrifices the rest. So your opponent gets to keep the best stuff. But if your opponent's board is wide, that is a very powerful effect. Well, the fact this is a 2-mana 1 that comes with a 2-mana and then flips into a good card that you don't even have to do it if you don't, if like say you have no cats in play and you kind of want to keep a Johnny for some reason, you can say no, but I would generally just transform it and then maybe you can but the thing is, so the times where it's bad to flip a Johnny is if your opponent kills a cat during their main phase. Then if you flip a Johnny, it might just get attacked, you don't even get to activate it. So there are some times where you may not even flip a Johnny, but I want to give it an A. I think I'm just gonna, if I see a Johnny, I'm just gonna take it. You don't need to play red to play it either, even though it gets the second ability gets better. It's just an awesome card on all fronts. Angel of the Ruins, we have a cycler here. 5 white for a 5/7 flyer. When it enters the battlefield, exile 2 target artifacts and or enchantments. Very powerful, that could be sick in the right matchup. And it also has plane cycling too. So this is a card I'm very excited about. I think that cycling for 2 is much worse than 1, of course, but this has such a awesome effect when it comes into play. It works with reanimate. Yes, it may not even have a target, but then you're left with a 5/7 flyer. So I think if there's a black-white reanimator deck, I think this is going to be great. I want to give this a B just because I think that it's an incredibly flexible card that also has a huge swing on the game. Because when you're getting this into play, it's usually a little later in the game, so there are probably more targets. And having to have the option of both artifacts and enchantments are just great. So I'm going to give it a B. I think it's great. It also goes to the graveyard very easily, so you can just plane cycle it and then you reanimate it. So it's probably a very backbone of a black-white reanimator deck. Argent dies 1 right for an artifact. It ends battlefield with 2 oil counters on it. Whenever 2 or more creatures attack, put an oil counter on this card. And you can pay to remove 2 oil counters from this and exile another non-land permanent. It controls draws 2 cards. So that ability you can use on your cards or your opponents. You can like get rid of one of your small tokens, draw 2 cards. Or you can get rid of a problematic permanent and your opponent draws 2 cards. Neither of us is that good. You are spotted 1 activation, but it is slow and clunky. I'm skeptical about this card. I don't think it's very good. Generally, cards that kill your opponent's stuff and let them draw 2 cards are not good. And stuff that sacrifices your permanents to draw 2 cards are also not good. So even though it's somewhat flexible, I don't think it's very good. I'm gonna give it a D. I could see some decks where it's good. You have small expendable permanents. You don't have much of removal. Then you can do sort of a double duty. But it's like one of those Ds where I need a perfect deck for this to play it. Charitable Levy, 1 and a white for an enchantment. Non-creature spells cost 1 more to cast, so it's like Talia then. Whenever I play cast a non-creature spell, put a collection counter on this card, and then if there are 3 more collection counters, sacrifice it. If you do draw a card, then you may section library for planeswalker, put it on the battlefield, tapped and shuffled. I don't like this card. It's a Talia, but it has no body, so it doesn't attack or block. And for you to reliably get the second chapter, you have to play non-creature spells, which are more expensive. You can't really rely on this card to your opponent to like spend the extra mana and do this. So I'm gonna give this an F, and if your opponent is super heavy on non-creatures, where both the first ability hurt you and you're liable to get in the second chapter, then you can do some work. So it's like a sideboard C, maybe. Decree of Justice is an old sweet card that has now been downgraded to uncommon. It used to be rare. X2 white sorcery, you get X4 for white angel creature tokens with flying. So that's not a great deal, honestly, these days. For 6 mana, you get a 4/4. For 8 mana, you get 2 4/4. So for this to be a good card, you need to spend 8 mana. But it has cycling for 2 and a white. When you cycle it, you may pay X if you do create X/1/1 soul creature tokens. So like the ideal scenario is like you cycle this for 4, get 4/1/1. I think this card has not stood the test of time in limited and in constructed too, by the way. I don't think this card is particularly good these days. The front side is just too expensive. 8 mana to get 2 4/4s. And the second chapter is also clunky and not so good. Like 6 mana, get 3 1/1s, draw a card is not that good, honestly. I'm gonna give the Creature Justice a D, and if I have a big mana deck with not a lot of ways to spend my mana, I could see splashing this card. Let's say I have a green deck that ramps a lot, and I don't have that many payoffs for big spells. I might play this card just to have some mana sink that can win me the game, but I think this card has not stood the test of time that well. Distinguished Conjurer, 1 and white for a 1/2. Whenever another creature enters battlefield under your control, you gain 1 life, so it's like the Prosperous Innkeeper Soul Warden. Not necessarily that good. But you can play 4 and white to exile another target creature you control and return to the battlefield under its owner's control. So if I'm just using that to gain life, it's not worth it. What I'm looking for with this card is like value when it comes into play. So if I have like a card that draws a card when it comes into play, bounces a creature is probably ideal. I could see this card doing some work. It's instant speed. You can do it at any time, so that can be kind of annoying. I think this is again a build around. In a regular white deck that doesn't have any comes into play effect, I don't think it's worth it. I don't like 2 mana 1 to Soul Warden. Prosperous Innkeeper was good because it gave you a treasure, so it could ramp you and do other stuff. So I'm gonna give this a build around C+. In the right deck, it could be pretty threatening. But even then, 5 mana is a lot. So if you want to activate this ability, you can't probably cast any other spells this turn. So it's not even that good of a payoff. But it's in the right deck, like a blue-white blink deck, I'm probably gonna play it about a C+ though. Next we have Dog Umbra. Oh, old school like from the Rise of the Eldrazi days. 1 and a white for an aura, flash, so you can play it anytime. And as long as another player controls enchanted creature can't attack or block, otherwise Dog Umbra has Umbra armor. So if you have a 2 mana flash pacifism, okay, that's okay. Pacifism isn't what it used to be. When it has flash, it's a little bit more valuable. Because you can wait if your opponent has like a pump spell before combat, like or your opponent plays a haste creature. So it's a pacifism with some flexibility. Or you can play this to save your opponent, your own creature from a removal. So I think this card is pretty solid. I would give it a C. I just don't think pacifism is what it used to be. But when a pacifism gets flash and you can have a flexible way to save your own creature. Like this reads like 1 and a white, give a creature indestructible, basically. Then I think it's a flexible card. I just don't know how many. I don't know if you have room for this kind of card, but it's probably fine. C though. Envoy of the Ancestors, 2 and a white for a 2/3. It has outlaws the white, so we have a concept of Tarkir mechanic here. So it's a 2/3, and modified creature you control have lifelink. So modified means that they could have a counter, they could be equipped, or have an aura on it. So it works with the 3 and a white 3/3 flyer that supports 2. You can put a counter on this, and then you don't even have to outlast it. I think this card is good. I remember Absent Battle Priest being good, and this card is just better. It's 1 mana cheaper, and it starts as a 2/3, which is not necessarily worse. Yes, you're gaining less life, but it's also less fragile in combat and for removal. And I'm gonna give this card a B-, and it could be a B if you got a deck with a lot of ways to put counters on it. But I would just play this in any white deck. It gets to the B range though, because once you're getting several creatures lifelink, it starts getting kind of absurd. So B-, B for that card. Okay, here we have an artifact. Essence Reliquary, 2 and a white for an artifact. You can tap it to return another target permanent you control and all auras you control attached to its owner's hand. Activate only during your turn. So this is quite clearly a combo card. You want to cast this card with something that has a comes into play effect. Something that draws your card when it comes into play. So this is clearly a build around. You can't even use it to save it necessarily on your opponent's removals, because your opponent can just cast a removal during their turn and you can't use this then. So I'm going to give it again as build around C+. I think in the right deck it could be good. I am skeptical though. Maybe I should go lower. I just don't think these types of cards usually work that well. You can see a dream here, but a dream almost never ends up working in my experience. I'm gonna go down to build around C. I'm skeptical about it though. I haven't really seen anything that's that great so far with it. Kind of works with the free no white free flying support too, but that's also pretty slow to do. You have to spend a lot of mana to do that. Expel the Unworthy, 1 mana white for a sorcery. It has kicker 2 and a white, so you can either pay 2 mana or 5. You choose target creature with mana value 3 or less. If this spell was kicked, instead choose target creature. Exile a chosen creature, then its control against life equal to its mana value. So it's like a Swords to Plowshares, except it's 2 mana for cheap cards and 5 mana for expensive cards. Again, probably a fine card. I'm gonna give it a C minus. I can take it or leave it. It is a kind of card you kind of want access to if you got very few other good removal spells. But I think this card is worse than the Pacifism because it's a sorcery. It gives your opponent life. And yes, it's more permanent than the Aura, but the fact that you have to pay 5 mana if you want to do exile something big is just too much, and it's not that good on 2. So C minus, but it's a kind of card you can have access to if you have Orlo on removal. Flare of Fortitude, we have another rare here. This is 2 white instant. You may sacrifice a non-token white creature rather than pay this spell's mana cost. So it's kind of a free spell, but instead of exiling cards from your hand, you have to sacrifice creatures, and that is a big deal. And you can't even sacrifice tokens, which usually means that it's gonna be very expensive to do. Until end of turn, your life total can't change, and permanents you control gain hexproof and indestructible. Basically an F, but it is sort of like a protection spell, both for permanents you control and you. And the fact that you can sacrifice creature means that it could be a big swing. I'm not going to give it an F because I can see spots where you board this in. You might be being in a deck that wants to raise. You're playing as another aggressive deck. This can just swing the deck. I'm going to give it as a D. I generally think it's a bad card, but it feels more like a constructed card where you want to save something. And while you can't die that turn, your life total can't change, you still haven't solved the problem of a bunch of creatures attacking you. So unless you can attack your opponent back, you have not solved the problem with this card. And yes, the sacrifice creature can lead to an insane blowout. Your opponent thinks you're winning. But this is like a fog in some sense. And fogs are always, you have these dreams about them doing something insane, surprising your opponent, but it never plays out like that. Next is Glyph Elemental, 1 white for a 2/2. It has Bestow 1 on a white. So you can play it as an aura on another creature you control. Landfall, whenever a land ends battlefield you control, +1/+1/+1 counter on Glyph Elemental. And enchanted creature gets +1/+1 for each +1/+1 counter on Glyph Elemental. I have to think, this is confusing. Oh, so you can either be a 2/2 that grows every time you play a land, like a Bristly Bill without the second ability, or you can play this and then the creature grows for each counter you play after that. This card seems good. I think that a 2-mana 2/2 that grows every time you play a land is insane on turn 2 and can be decent later. The aura mode is also, that's usually when you draw this later in the game, you want to put it on something and then immediately get a counter. I think this is a B, just because of this insanity on turn 2. It is a little more fragile because it's enchantment, but I think it's a good card though. B. Guardian of the Forgotten, 3 white for 4/4 vigilance, so it's a decent start. Whenever a modified creature you control dies, manifest the top card of your library. So that works with the flyer we saw earlier. It works with Glyph Elemental. Manifest means that you get a top card of your library into play, and it's a 2/2 with no abilities, but you can turn it up if it's a creature. I think this card is a solid card. It's a C+ because it has a solid floor, and from what I've seen from white so far, it has a lot of ways to modify creatures. Guide of Souls, white mana for a 1/2. Whenever another creature enters battlefield under your control, you get 1 life and get an energy. So this is another Soul Warden, except now you also get energy. So that seems like it could be very good if you can use the energy. And this one can use your energy. Whenever you attack, you may pay 3 energy when you do put 2 counters on and a flying counter on target attacking creature. So that can be this card itself. This card just seems, again, insane just because of how... If this is in your opening hand or your opponent can't kill it, you're probably going to win because you're going to end up with... If you put the counters on this, it's a 3/4 flyer permanently because it gets to keep the flying and it gets to keep the counter. And you only need to play 3 other creatures to do that, and if you do it once, it's sick. And there are other energy cards in the set. So I'm gonna give this an A minus. It doesn't get higher than A minus because if you draw it later in the game, it may not do that much. But even then, if you're an energy deck, it's probably always an A, because if you draw it later in the game, you're gonna have energy from other sources. But if I'm not playing any energy card, it's more like a B plus, because then you're relying on playing 3 creatures, but it's still good even if you don't have any other energy cards. Just because eventually you're gonna get to 3 energy, and this is a 1 mana 3/4 flyer. Even though it wasn't that all the time. Hex Gold Sliff, 1 right for a 2/1. When it ends battle, you get 2 energy, so now we're on the energy train again. When it attacks, you may pay 2 white. If you do it against first strike until end of turn. So far, I'm not super impressed, because a 1-shot first strike is not good. But whenever it is common, I'm sure player put a +1/+1 counter on it. Oh, I get it. So that trick with this card is you play it, you get 2 energy, and your opponent can't block it the first time it attacks, then it's a 3/2. But then if you don't have any other energies, it's stuck at being 3/2. Which is good for 2 mana, but it's not always a 2 mana 3/2, but you need to connect to get the first one. I'm skeptical about this card. I don't think it's very good. I'm gonna give it a D, but in an energy deck, these cards usually end up being pretty decent, because you have this in your opening hand, it's probably gonna do the thing. And if you don't get this to connect, it is a 2/1 that gave you 2 energy. So in an energy deck, I want to give it like a C. I think it's probably one of the weaker ones, but it can do some work. So I'm gonna give it a C in an energy deck and a D plus otherwise. Indebted Spirit, we have another bestow creature white for a 1/1. That's not very good, but it does have Afterlife 1, so if this dies, you get a 1/1 with flying. So it's a Doomed Traveler, the floor. But it also has bestow 2 and a white, and then you put it on a creature and gets +1/+1 and has Afterlife 1. I like this card. I mean, a Doomed Traveler is a fine limited card. It's nothing insane, especially in a Modern Horizon set. But I can't really give Doomed Traveler that bad of a grade. It was pretty good in Innistrad. I would give it like a C there. And here the bestow means that if Doomed Traveler is not good, you can play this as an aura, pump something up, and then if that creature dies, you're getting the 1/1 Afterlife, and this one also falls back to being a 1/1. So I'm gonna give it a B minus. I think this is a rock solid card. I would always play it. I think it has a lot of flexibility. Because if you're getting beaten down, Doomed Traveler is a pretty damn good card. Getting a punish X once, you may get a chump block and a 1/1. And then later in the game, it becomes this annoying aura that gives +1/+1 and dies into a 1/1 plus another 1/1 and then another 1/1. So it can be really annoying. Sometimes you just have to grade cards about how annoying they look. Inspired Inventor, 2 and 8 for a 2/2. When it ends the battle, if you choose one, you get 3 energy. You get a +1/+1 counter on target creature, or you get a 1/1 server. So it's like a what's it called, the card from Kaladesh? Glintsleeve Artisan, except it's even better because you're getting a third option, getting 3 energy. Great card. None of this seems bad. I mean, Glintsleeve Artisan used to be a pretty solid card. So it's a 3 mana 3/3 or a 2/2 plus 1/1 or a 2/2 that gives you energy. It works with Manifest with the +1/+1 counters. It can get a servo if that has some synergy. I'm gonna give it a C plus. I don't think it's like that much higher. I remember being a little underwhelmed with Prickly Pear in the last set, and this is a Modern Horizon set. I don't think I can give this too high of a grade, but I'm gonna give it a C plus. I think it's a good card. Jolted Awake, white mana for a sorcery. Choose up to 1 target artifact or creature card in your graveyard. You get 2 energy. Then you may pay an amount of energy equal to that card's mana value. If you do, return from your graveyard to the battlefield. So this by itself can return a 2-drop without anything else. It also has cycling too, I should say. I think I like this card. I mean, 1 mana get a 2-drop back is not great, but there are some spots where it's kind of good. You have like a 2/2 with an enter the battlefield effect. Also, imagine bringing back Indebted Spirit and you've already gotten some spirits. You're probably gonna feel so annoyed. But then it also scales in an energy deck by going to be able to bring something good back. It also brings back artifacts for what it's worth. And the fact that it has cycling means that it's just going to be a solid card. I want to give this a C plus just because the cards like this, or the cycling on cards like this, is just so good. Because these are cards like there are situations, you know, at least helping hands, recommissions. These are cards that always look good and are fine, but when they're bad, they really bad, but since this card has cycling, it's very hard for this card to not do anything. You can always cycle it, you can probably always bring something cheap back, and then in some spots you may even get something expensive back. Like there are maybe some spots where you can even get the 7-drop Angel back if you're an energy deck. So I'm gonna give it a C+. I just think that it's a card I'm gonna pick very highly because it's very easy to cast. Mandibular Kite. Sorry for the spelling. White for a living weapon, so it's one white mana for a 1/1 at least. A crit creature gets +1/+1 and has flying, so it's like a what's it called? White for a 1/1 flyer. It's used to call something. Mist. Whatever. 1/1 flyer for 1. That's not great, but you can then play 3 and a white to equip it. And when you equip this card, the germ is gonna go away. But it's a 1/1 flyer, Suntail Hawk. So it's a 1 mana 1/1 flyer, which is okay. But then later in the game, you can like throw this on a decently sized creature and go to town. I think this is a C. It is a card that is good in your opening hand because you play it as flyer. And then when the 1/1 flyer doesn't do anything anymore, your opponent's got a flying blocker, the 1 damage isn't enough. You can throw this around on a bigger creature. It is kind of expensive 4 mana to get +1/+1 flying, but you kind of have to think of it like a little bit of a like gravy, you know. So I think I'm gonna give it a C. Metastatic Evangel. White, 1 and a white for a 3/1. Whenever another non-token creature enters the battlefield under your control, proliferate. This is again, it kind of looks like a build run, but from what I've seen from white, it looks like it works with a lot of cards. It actually works with energy as well. It works with +1/+1 counters. And if this proliferates like 2 or 3 times, you could be in a really good spot. It is fragile, 2 mana for a 3/1. It's both fragile against removal spell and fragile in combat. So that part is not great, but I'm gonna give it a B-. I just think that a card that can completely run away with a game is always something I'm on the lookout for. I just think that white is gonna be able to use proliferate very good. Muster the Departed, 2 and a white for an enchantment. When it ends battle, you get a 1/1 spirit. And Morbid, at the beginning of your end step, if a creature dies this turn, populate. So then you get to copy another token. So this can probably copy the spirit, if nothing else, and you may even have better stuff to copy. If you got off like an angel token or a beast token, then you're in town. I think this card is gonna be good. Because 3 mana for a 1/1 fly is not good, but Morbid just seems like a white aggressive deck is gonna force your opponent to trade some amount of the time. And if you're getting the second spirit of this card, you're in town, then it's a decent card. And then you may even get more than that. And I've seen some token makers here. It's gonna be good in a black-white deck that has like sacrifice effects. And it also works with the 3 mana artifact that bounces something. I'm gonna give it a C+, but it can be a build run B-. The only bad thing is about this card is if you don't have any other spirits, your opponent like snipes the spirit with some cheap removal ping effect. And you don't have any tokens, this card doesn't do anything. So it definitely has a fail case, but I'm optimistic about the card. Next, Nyxborn Unicorn, another bestow creature. 1 and a white for a 2/2, bestow 3 and a white. It has mentor, so you can put a counter on another creature with lesser power. And enchant creature +2/+2 and has mentor. So this is the kind of card you kind of want to put on a creature rather than just play it, because mentor on a 2 powered card may not even do that much. So, but since you're playing this on another creature, the creature's gonna get +2/+2 plus the original power, so it's more likely to give the mentor. And then it also falls back to being a 2/2. Again, I think I like this card. I remember like there was a card called Interos Leaf, some green card that was a 2/2 for 2 that you can bestow for 4, and that card ended up playing pretty good. So I'm gonna give this card a C. I think it's gonna be decent. I just have to down the knob a little bit from Teros because Modern Horizon is gonna be a more powerful set, and it has been 10 years since Teros, so power creep. It may not be worth it anymore with these types of cards, but I'm gonna give it a C though. Ocelot Pride, we have a banger here. It's another mythic. White for a 1/1. First strike lifelink. That's not great, but it has, of course, more. It has Ascend, so if you have 10 or more permanents, you get the City's Blessing for the rest of the game. And from what I remember from, it was Rivals of Ixalan, it was pretty trivial to get the City's Blessing at about round turn 5 or 6. At the beginning of your end step, if you gain life this turn, you create a 1/1 white cat creature token. Then if you have the City's Blessing for each token you control that entered the battle this turn, create a token that's copying it. I think this is a good card, because if you play it on turn 1, you're probably going to get one attack in, especially if you're on the play, and then you get a 1/1, which helps you get to the City's Blessing. And then in the late game, you may have some ways to gain life, and then you get a 1/1 token that may even have more tokens. So in a normal deck, I'm going to leave it a C+, but it can get to about a B level if you got ways to gain life and some good tokens. The more I read this card, the less I think it's... I don't think it's a banger anymore. But I think it's a good card, and I would pick it somewhat highly, because if you take this in the first pack, you'll build around it a little bit. Next up, we have an old classic Orim's Chant, white mana for an instant. Kicker white. Target player can't cast spells this turn. If the spell was kicked, creatures can't attack this turn. So the normal play pattern with this card is that you play it during your opponent's upkeep. They can't cast spell and it can't attack. I think this is a bad card. It's not a limited card. It's mostly a constructed card to either protect your combo from counter spells or to protect your opponent from winning during game. This is even worse than a fog, because you have to cast this before combat, so your opponent's creatures aren't even tapped. And yes, the combination that can't cast spells and can't attack may feel like, yeah, this is a time walk, but no, your opponent still gets to draw a card, still gets to have all the creatures untapped. So your opponent's not gonna attack with any creature, because you have to cast this pre-combat. Your opponent gets all upkeep triggers, beginning of combat triggers, so it's not a time walk. I think Orim's Chant is an F. I would not play it. I think it's a bad card in Limited. Maybe that's controversial, but let me know in the comments. I would not play Orim's Chant in Limited. Hurl Ear, Imperial Advice. 1 white right for a 3/4 lifelink. I'm sold already. That's an insane card already. Enchantment spells you cast have affinity for aura, so they cost 1 less for each aura you control. We have seen some bestow creatures and a pacifism, so it's not flavor text, but it's not gonna be that relevant, I don't think. It might get you a cheaper card, 1 or 2. But whenever you cast an aura spell that targets a modified permanent, you control, draw a card. So you have to target something that already or have an aura or a counter. I think this card is very good, because a 3-mana 3/4 is already a B level card, just because how insane it is against the aggressive deck. And it's not even that bad against a control deck either, because a 3/4 for free are above curve. And throw in some bestow creatures, you have a good card. I don't even think I would necessarily play a build around this card too highly. I don't think you need to. I think that your white deck's just gonna have some modified creatures anyway. What I'm mostly looking for is play some bestow creatures on a card with a +1/+1 counter on it. I think this is a B+, great card. It's not a bomb, super bombiest of bombs, but I think it's very solid. I think that white naturally is going to use it to good effect. And if nothing else, it's a 3/4 flyer, 3/4 lifelinker for free, which is great. Like a Rock's War Monk, you know. Oh, so many rares now. Philia Exuberant Shepherd, 1 white for a 2/2 with flash. And when it attacks, exile up to 1 other target non-land permanent. At the beginning of the next end's return that got to battlefield under control. If it enters under your control, +1/+1 counter on Philia. So the flash is nice because your opponent may not know that this is coming. You can flash it in a negative attack. The problem with this card is that you need to attack with a 2-mana 2/2. And that may not be the easiest thing. I think this is a C+. I think it's a solid card. It's a 2-mana 2/2 that has some value in some scenarios. It kind of works nice with bestow creatures. You bestow this, you get the extra value. You can even blink your own bestowed creature and then it falls off and you get 2 bodies. And then it's a little, this card is a little larger. But I don't think it's a bomb. Alright, next up we have Proud Pacrino. 2 white for a 3/3. It's another modal card. When it ends spells, you can choose one. Put a shield counter on target permanent or proliferate. Great card. I mean, a 3-mana 3/3 with a shield counter is just good. It's a 3/3 that if your opponent's got another 3/3, your creature just gets to eat that and survive. Just remember with shield that your opponent can't jump it and remove the shield. But if the shield doesn't do anything, you can proliferate. So I think it is a C+. Good card. I think a 3/3 shield for 3 is about a C+, and I don't think the proliferate makes it even better. But it seems solid. And the shield counter means that this is a modified permanent for whatever that's worth. And I think you can proliferate shield counters to have extra. So if you can end up with a couple of shield counters on this, it may be completely indestructible for a long time. Okay, next we have a Zendikar flip card. So it's either a spell or a land. So you can treat this comes into play tapped of the white color. Oh, it's like the Mythic Cycle. You can pay 3 life, then it comes into play untapped. So it's even better than the cards that always came into play tapped. Whereas 1 and white, it is 3 damage to target attack and block creature. I'm gonna give this a B-. It's a very high pick. It's kind of it's a little bit deceptive about how good this card is, because you can treat this card as a land that has some. If you're flooding out, you have like this mediocre, admittedly, removal spell. But when you're flooding out and don't need a land, it's very nice to have this like a free card. So I would treat this as a land, but I would pick it about a B- level. I just think it's not one of the best ones, because this one is a little situational, and 3 damage for 2 mana is kind of not that good. But I like the card because just gives you more options, makes you play more of your drafted cards. Recruiter of the Guard. Here we have an interesting one. 2 and a white for a 1/1. When it enters the battlefield, you may search aloud for a creature card with toughness 2 or less, revealed, put it into your hand and shuffle. I don't think this card is good and limited, because let's imagine you had a card and you gave that card a kicker of 3 mana to make a 1/1. How much better would the card be? I don't think it would be that much better. And for me to play this card, I probably need like a wide array of cards to get, like a bomb, something that destroys an artifact or enchantment. I think this card is too clunky for limited. You're not going to usually have enough options, and it feels good to like create several bodies, but it is expensive. A 3 mana 1 is just so weak. I don't think it's unplayable, but this is way worse in a regular limited set, because yes, you may think that, oh, I'm going to add 3 mana to my 2 toughness creature, but you have to realize that sometimes you're going to draw that card, and this card may not do that much. Spending 3 mana up front for just a 1/1 is slow. And this doesn't give you any buyouts. Like, if you draw this card, you don't have the option to cast the card I was thinking about without kicker. You have to play this card first. So it's not like you have like a 2 mana 2/2 with kicker 3 make a 1/1. You have to play the 3 mana first. So I'm gonna give Recruiter of the Guard a D+. I think that I'm not gonna pick this card very high. I think it's pretty bad in regular limited set. Unless you got some sick bomb with toughness 2 or less, then I would play it much higher, like a C+. Rosecut Knight, 4 and a white for a 3/4 with vigilance. When it enters the battlefield, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may read an artifact or enchantment card from among them and put them into your hand. Put the rest of the bottom of your library in random order. If you didn't put a card in your hand this way, put a +1/+1 counter on this card. So you can decline and get a 5 mana 4/5. I think this card is good though, because we have seen some bestow creatures, we've seen some pacifisms. The land cycle was an artifact. I think this is a C. It's a little too expensive to be higher than that, but I think it's a pretty decent card. And if you whiff, you at least get a 5 mana 4/5 vigilance, which is okay. But if you hit, you're getting a 2/1. And that is nice, even though this card is somewhat expensive. I probably wouldn't play more than one of these though. Next card is Sevin's Reclamation. 2 and a white for a sorcery. You return a permanent card with mana value 3 or less when you gave it to the battlefield. So that by itself is not a great card, because you usually want to return creatures, and that's kind of a bad version of Helping Hand Recommission. But it does have flashback for 5, And if the spell was cast from your game, you may copy the spell and you choose a new target for the copy. I think in the right deck, this card could be great. What you want is a pretty low curve. And ideally you also have some sort of sweet artifact to get back that goes into the graveyard easily. It works with cheap cycling creatures. There is no strip mine in this set, thankfully. But I think that this card in the right deck could perform about a B-, because it can be a free for one. It just you have to like work a little bit for it, and it may be a dead for a while, but if you can wait a little bit and you have the right setup for it, it can be a free for one. It's not just the best free for one because you're getting cheap cards and you have to work for it. So I mean, a free for one sounds like an A, but I think that this is a little more. It's so situational free for one, so I can't give it more like a B-. But I think in a right deck with a bunch of cheap cards, maybe some cycling cards, it can be decent. Next, Solstice Zealot. 2 and a white for 2/3. When it ends battle, you get 2 energy. You can tap it, pay, and 1 energy, tap a creature. It seems fine. It's getting 2 taps on a 3 mana 2/3. It's fine. It gets you energy spent on other places. I don't think it's anything great though. It just ends up that these cards that do something for a short amount of time usually isn't that good. Because yes, it's sweet to have a 3 mana 2/3 tapper, but you have to spend. If you want to use this turn after turn, you have to spend the energy, and that's a resource in your deck that you paid some price for, because you usually don't get energy completely for free. I'm gonna give it a D+. I can take it or leave it, honestly, in an energy deck. Alright, next we have Static Prison. White mana for an enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, exile target non-land permanents on both controls until Static Prison leaves the battlefield, you get 2 energy. And at the beginning of your pre-combat main phase, sacrifice this unless you pay white. So I don't think there's any way. You don't need to play this on the second main, because if you're playing this during your first main, this is not going to trigger right away. It is again a card I think it's gonna be overrated, because if this only sticks around for 2 turns, it's a bad card. I don't want to play a card that only works for 2 turns. It runs with a little bit of Helios punishment, except this one goes away earlier. And if you're spending the energy, you may get a cheap removal spell, but you're gonna eventually run out of energy. I think this is another D. I don't think it's a great card. I'm skeptical about having to spend a lot of resources. You may think, oh, one mana removal is insane, but this is not an instant, it's an enchantment. And by the time you play this, you need to have other sources of energy. So I'm skeptical about that card. Next we have Fraven Charm. 1 and a white for an instant. You have 3 modes to choose from. It is damage equal to twice the number of creatures you control of target creature. That's a lot. I mean, usually we only get for each creature you control. You can destroy an enchantment, or you can exile any number of target players' graveyards. That's mostly something you're gonna do in the right matchup, not the main mode of the card. But it's nice to have access to if your opponent tries to reanimate something. But it's a weird card because the first mode is like a payoff for going wide. Second is some sort of destroy enchantment. I think it's a fine card. I would give it a C. It's a kind of card I hope to get in I don't want to spend a high pick on it, but it seems nice to have access to in a creature heavy deck. Just a little bit of modality is nice on the card. And in a creature heavy deck, you're probably going to get to kill a creature. It's just that it doesn't work all the time. Voltstorm Angel, 3 white for a 4/4 flyer. So we have an air elemental. You get 3 energy. So already in an energy deck, I like it. I mean, an air elemental isn't what it used to be. When it comes with 3 energy, I'm interested in an energy deck. And at the beginning of combat of the turn, you may pay 2 energy. When you do choose 1, Voltstorm Angel gets vigilance and lifelink at the end of turn. Or the creature you control +1/+1 on the end of turn. So the second one you can use to turn this comes into play even. I think this card looks good. And I don't think you necessarily need to be an energy deck to play this. If you play this and get 1 activation of it, it's like the 5 mana Dawnbringer Eagle, which was a good card. And this is that, except it doesn't gain vigilance. But you also have the option giving this lifelink, which is a nice swing later in the game. I'm gonna give this a B-. I think any white deck is gonna be happy. In an energy deck, it might even be a B. It's just getting a lifelink on a flyer, even if it's just for 1 turn, is sick. And in an energy deck, you may even be able to do it more than once. And if your opponent kills this card, you're still left with 3 energy, which may do some good stuff. White Orchid Phantom, white red for 2/2, flying first strike, wow. When it ends the battlefield, destroy up to one target non-basic land. It's controlled by search the library for a basic land card, put it on the battlefield, tapped and shoved. So it's basically Field of Ruins. Not Field of Ruins, but it's sort of Assassin's Trophies are non-basic. I don't care about that too much. There are non-basics, but it's not going to come up too often. You want to play this on turn 2. How good is a white 2/2 flying first strike? Well, it depends on your mana. If I'm heavy white, I think this is a B. I think a 2/2 flying first strike is very nice on early. The first strike and flying may not even combine that well, but Leonin Sky Enter is good. If I'm not heavy white, I'm getting more skeptical about the card. I think in a heavy white deck, this is a B, and in like a black white deck that hasn't good mana, it's more like a C+ level card. Wing It. 1 or white for an instant. Target creature +2/+2 until end of turn. Put a flying con on its Scribe. Wow, they added a lot to the card Spontaneous Flight from Ikoria. That card wasn't very good. This one is better, but I don't know how good it is because the flying counter stays, but the +2/+2 doesn't. So if you can win a combat, put a flying counter on it. It's just a lot of ifs to make this work. Scribe one is nice. I'm gonna give it a C-. I think it's a card you can play, but I'm not gonna pick it very highly. Witch Enchanter, we have another flip card here, the land again, and this one is a card that you can pay 3 life and it comes into play untapped. So it's another one of those. Finn white for 2/2, when it ends the battlefield, destroy target artifact or enchantment and opponent controls. I like this card because the front end can be very powerful in the right situation. And if nothing, it's a land. I think this is a B. It's better than the other one because the front side is much better than the other one. The way this flip card works is that usually the more expensive and swingy the creature or spell side is, the better they are. Wrath of the Skies. X white for a sorcery. You get X energy, and then you may pay any amount of energy. Destroy each artifact, creature, enchanted with mana value less than or equal to the amount of energy paid this way. This card seems very good because it's a modified sweeper where you get to have agency over what it kills. If you want to kill a bunch of small stuff, you can almost always do it. If you want to kill big stuff, you can also do it. And if you have large stuff, you can pay X less, so it's a little bit of a languish. The only problem with the card is that I don't know how much white wants a sweeper. If you're like a heavy white deck, you may not want this card. So it's not like a Sunfall, it doesn't leave you anything behind. What it makes up for is that you get some energy and you may be able to kill and leave some of your stuff behind. I think it's way less good than a Sunfall, but I'm gonna give it a B. I think that especially in a black-white or blue-white controlling deck, mid-range deck, this is way better. If you're white aggressive, it goes down a lot to like a C level card. Alright, blue. Adder Spike. 1 and blue instant. Choose target spell, you get 2 energy, and then you can pay any amount of energy. Counter spell unless in control, so it's 1 for each energy paid this way. So this is a better version of this 2 mana counter unless pay 2, because if you only have to pay 1, you get left with the energy. And if you got energy from other sources, you can scale and counter even like a mana leak stuff. I still don't think it's a great card, especially in this high power format. I think it's a C-. But in an energy deck, it might go up to a C, and even because then you may have more use for the energy you're left over with. But this is a higher powered format, so I don't think like a quench type effect is that good. So I'm gonna give it a C-. Amphibian Downpour, 2 and a blue for a flash aura. And it has storm, so if you cast spell before it, you get an additional 1. You enchant a creature and lose all abilities in a 1/1 blue frog. I'm just skeptical about this card. I like it when you can play like on your turn, like you play a 2-drop plus this and you downgrade 2 creatures. But 3 mana for this kind of effect is not good. I think this card is going to be overrated but still playable, if you know what I mean. I'm going to give it a C. I think that in a deck that can play a bunch of spells, it could do some work. But sometimes your opponent doesn't have 2 creatures in play, sometimes one of the creatures doesn't do much. Sometimes you can't storm it, and maybe the creature you want to target has +1/+1 counters on it, and then discard it is bad. So I think it's going to be playable, but overrated. So I'm going to give it a C. But it can have some good spots. Bespoke Battle Wagon. We have a vehicle here, 3 and a blue for a 5/6 vehicle. It has crew 4, which is a lot, so if this doesn't do anything else, it's bad. But you can tap it to get 2 energy, and this one you can use right away, because it doesn't have summoning sickness. You can tap it, pay 2 energy, tap a creature. So that sort of pays for itself, but tapping something every other turn is not very good. You can tap it, pay 3 energy, draw a card, and you can pay 4 without tapping it, then it becomes an artifact creature. I kind of don't even want to use that ability unless my opponent is attacking me. What I see about this card is you play it, and then you either use it to accrue energy, draw cards, and then you can threaten to block. So I wouldn't pay 4 energy and attack with this. I would have the 4 energy access to be able to block. Just remember, if you tap this, you get 2 energy, you can't block with it. This card looks promising in an energy deck. If I have a deck that recruits energy, this seems like a good payoff and a good enabler. So in an energy deck, I think this is a B. This is a good reason to be energy, because you play this and it's both gives you energy and gives you ways to spend energy in a good way. Controls the board, draws cards, can even control the board by threatening to block in some instances. Crew 4 is much, but I wouldn't look at this mostly as a vehicle. I would look like an energy payoff. If I'm not an energy deck, I'm less excited about it. I think then it's a little too slow. But an energy deck is a B, I think. Rain Surge, 2 and a blue, instant. You draw 4 cards and you put 2 cards from your hand on top of your library in an order. So I'll up a card here. But you do have to redraw the cards. But you're spending this plus the 2 cards you put back and you draw 4, so you are up a card. I think this card is good though, because yes, you have to redraw the cards, but if you have any shuffle effects, it's nice. And even if you don't, like, this is, of course, if this was, I remember a card that was 5 mana, draw 4, discard 2 was great. And this card is worse in the sense that you don't get to discard the cards, but you can put them back and you still up a card. And I would, I'm interested in, like, this feels like a first for knowledge style of card to me. And you don't even have to discard an artifact. I again give this a B-. I think it's a very effective way for a blue deck to just be up cards. And if you got shuffle effects, it's even better. But there are, of course, fetch lands in this set, by the way. And then it's like a 3 mana, draw 4, put 2 cards back, and then it's pretty good. But I like the card. I mean, card advantage is nice at instant speed too. Consign to memory. Blue mana for instant with replicate 1. So you can pay 1 and then you copy this card. You cannot target triggered ability of Colorless spell. So this is mostly a sideboard card against the Eldrazi's in this set. And you can even replicate it to, some of the Eldrazi has cast triggers, so you can even get rid of those if you replicate it. This is not even that good of a sideboard card, because even when you are playing against a Eldrazi deck, this is not more than a 1-for-1. So I would give it a sideboard C against an Eldrazi deck. Maybe there is some weird triggered ability that your opponent has, like a rare level triggered ability you just can't beat, and maybe you can bring it in like a stifle effect. But it cannot counter-activate abilities like stifle. Hoppy Crook, 2 blue for a 0/0. It's a clone, but it also has, when it attacks, it connives. So a 4 mana clone is a decent magic card, and the fact that it also gets a bonus connive is nice. I'm gonna give this a B-. That's about what a clone gets, but having the ability to connive is nice, because when you're copying the best creature in play, the odds that it's going to be able to attack are larger. Gets even better if you got some good cards to copy. But it's a B-. I think that it's going to be a very good card in most situations. Corrupted Shapeshifter, 3 and a blue for a devoid. So we have a Eldrazi here. And if you choose to have it be a 3/3 with flyer, 2/5 with vigilance, or 0/12 with defender. As cute as this card is, it's not amazing. I think that the most common mode is going to be a 3/3 flyer. And yes, it has flexibility, but it has like sort of like a bad flexibility, because what's the difference between a 2/5 vigilance and a 0/12 defender? They're mostly the same, because the times where we want to use a 2/5 vigilance to be able to attack over the 0/12, you could have just chosen the 3/3 flyer instead. I can't give it too bad of a grade, because at the end of the day it's a 3/5 flyer before, but I think it's much worse than the white 3/5 flyer that supported too. I'm gonna give it a C minus. I don't think that any of the modes are that exciting. And a 4-mana free fly is not what it used to be, especially in the Modern Horizons set. Okay. Next is Deem Inferior. 3 and a white for a for sorcery. It costs 1 less to cast for each card you've drawn this turn. The owner of target non-land permanent puts it on their library second from the top or on the bottom, so they get to choose. Pretty bad card, I think, because even when you're drawing extra cards, you're still gonna have to pay some amount for it. I guess if on turn 4 you can Brain Surge plus pay this for 1 mana, that's kind of nice. But it's a sorcerer, you're not gonna get to do this in combat, and I'm not excited about these cards when they're sorcerers. I'm gonna give it a C minus. I don't think it's unplayable, and it is a 1/1 at the end of the day. It's just a little too clunky. I think it's much worse than the Convoke style effect that we had. I think it was March of the Machines. Ooh, an oldie and goodie. Deep Analysis. 3 and a blue for a sorcery. Target player draws 2 cards, but then it has flashback 1 and a blue, pay 3 life. So at the end of the day, you are up 3 cards in total for spending 6 mana. Because you're getting 4 cards and you're only spending 1. You have to pay 6 mana and 3 life. But it's even better if you got some way to discard this or mill it. I think this is a B minus. It's like a Brain Surge, but it's better in some ways. You are up more cards, but it's sorcery speed, it costs you life. The upfront cost is pretty large. I think it's a good card, though. I would be happy to take it, but I don't think it's necessarily better than Brain Surge. It's different. It's a B minus. You have to take into account that power creep and how much more aggressive Magic has been. I'm not sure that you can spend the time on deep analysis like you could back in the days, but I would still try to. Depth Defiler. 3 blue for a 3/5 Devoid, has no color again. Kicker and Waste mana, or Colorless mana. So this is the first instance of this. And I kind of have to mention it. There are a cycle of lands that you can tap for a Colorless, which is waste mana, and then later in the game you can sacrifice them to get a land into play. So those enable these. When you cast a spell, you choose one. If it was kicked, you can choose both. Return target creature to its own hand, or target player draws 2 cards and discard a card. This card seems sick. I mean, it's a... If you can't pay the kicker, it's still a good card. I mean, a 5 mana 3/5 that bounces a creature is fine. And a 3/5 for 5 that draws 2 cards and discards a card is also good. And if you can somehow pay the kicker, you don't even have to go out of the way. You can just play some random land that... Like, say you're a blue-black, you can play some land that you want to play anyway. I think this is a B. This seems like a very good card. Even if you can't play the kick, I mean, it's a 5 mana 3/5 that makes you go up a card. That's already good. And if that's not good, you can bounce something. And if you can do both, it's like getting crazy. Dreamtide Whale. 2 and a blue for a 7/5. It has Vanishing 2, so you have to remove a counter every upkeep. And when the last is removed, you sacrifice it. Every play costs a second spell each turn proliferate, so then you can put a counter on this and delay the whole thing. If you're not doing anything, this only gets to attack once, because you play this, next turn you remove a counter, and then next turn it's sacrificed. I don't think this card is good. It doesn't have any evasion, and your opponent's not going to cooperate and play 2 spells, and it's not that easy for you. And even if you get like 1 trigger off this, your opponent can just ignore it for a little while. Maybe take 2 hits. You're blue, so you're probably not that aggressive. I'm skeptical about this card. I think that in a deck that has a very easy time to play a lot of spells and can maybe use to proliferate, then it could be interesting, but I'm mostly going to give this a D+. I'm not excited about it. Electrozoa. 2 and a blue for a 3/1. It has flash, flying, and when it ends battle you get 2 energy. And at the beginning of your pre-combat main phase, you tap this unless you pay energy. I didn't expect this card to have a downside, but I guess it's a common card. I mean, a 3/1 flash flyer for free is not even that good. The flash is sort of... The flash doesn't do much, mostly a surprise value, because you're not going to ambush something with this. It is nice you get 2 energy, so maybe an energy deck wants this. But then you have to either pay energy or this card becomes irrelevant. I don't like this card. I think it's a D. And in an energy deck, maybe I can go up to like a D+. I don't think this is good. I mean, flash and flying doesn't even combine that well on this stat. It's not going to ambush anything. Not even in the air. I mean, I'm skeptical of that card. And except for Death Defiler, I haven't seen anything great in blue. In white, I saw a lot of good stuff. Emerald's Messenger, 1 blue for a 2/1. It has the Void and Flying. So a 2-mana 2/1 Flying is already a decent card. Whenever you draw a second card each turn, you get a 0/1 colorless spawn with sacrifice this creature to add color. So this one I kind of like way more than the 7/5 because it has a good floor. You don't have to do much. A 2/1 flyer for 2 is already a good card. And then getting an Eldrazi now and then, which helps you win the race. I mean, this card can attack in the air while you 0/1 jumps, or it accelerates you. This looks like a B in a card that can, in a deck that can reliably play 2 spells. Otherwise, it's like a C+. Okay, next is Estrid's Invocation. 2 and a blue for an enchantment. You may have this enter value as a copy of enchantment you control. Except it has at the beginning of your upkeep, you may blink this card, I mean exile and return it. Clearly a build run, you can't just place it in any deck. And in an enchantment deck, it's a clone for your stuff, but you can redo it. This could be a build run. If you got some good enchantments that have ETB effects, this card could be pretty sick. I'm gonna give it a build run B. Maybe if you like a blue-white deck, you have the 2 and a white enchantment that comes to play, makes a 1/1. You can play this, copy that, and you can get a 1/1 every turn, like a Bitter Blossoming. And also has the populate effect. But in most decks it's an F, but I could see a build around B in a deck that has enchantments that gives you a good constant to play effect. Flare of Denial. So it's 1 blue. You may sacrifice a non-token blue creature rather than play the space mana, so counter target spell. This one is better than the white one because it has a much higher floor. Cancel is not great, but countering a spell without paying the mana because it can be kind of sick sometimes. It is a good real cost to like sacrifice a creature. So this is not like a oh my god Force of Will. Not that Force of Will is that good in limited anyway, but I think this card is more playable than the white one. I don't think it's an awesome card. I don't think that the sacrifice a creature mode is going to be that good because it's not like you can afford to sacrifice creatures that highly. I'm going to give Flare of Denial a C, though I think it's a cancel that gets some more value that you can sometimes. I mean, sometimes this is nice to. You're having a tight race, you're controlling it, and you can win the game unless your opponent's got a sick bomb. But then you can even tap out and have access to this card. So I'm going to give it a C, but it can trend towards C+. I'm not sure yet. Harbinger of the Seas. 1 blue for a 2/2. Non-basic lands or islands. I think this is mostly an F. I don't really see how you're going to host someone in limited with this card. And I don't think there is an island walk theme either. So I'm going to give it an F. I guess D- because it is a 2/2 for free. But 2/2 for frees are basically F these days, right? Hope Ender Kotal. 2 and a blue for a 2/2. The Void Flash. When you cast a spell, can't target spell on opponent controls unless they pay 1 flying. Wow, I like this card. I mean, you're not going to force spike every game, but when you do, it's absurd. I mean, you get to get a 2 for 1, get a 2/2 flyer. And if you have this on turn 3, your opponent's it's gonna be sick. I'm gonna give it a B. I just think that it's gonna be able to counter some stuff a lot of the time. And it's also nice that you can pass with this card up, and if your opponent doesn't cast a spell, you can still cast this and get a. Maybe your opponent didn't play a spell and then you still get to cast it. So it's not like it doesn't even have the downsides that cancels do, because you can always just play this if your opponent tries to play around it. So B, I think it's going to end a lot of hopes. Alright, we have another one of these Zendikar lands here. So this is a blue land that comes to play tapped unless you pay 3 life. It's 2 and a blue for a 1/4 flash, so much flash in blue. When it ends the battlefield, you machine the target instant sorcery spell with a single target to hydroelectric specimen. So that can host like a 2 damage burn spell. 3 damage deal to attacking creature. You can even steal a pump spell. Though you're probably not going to be able to block this. Your opponent usually doesn't cast pump spell before blocks, so you're probably not going to get the full value. But still, I give it as a B. I think it's better than the deal 3 damage and about similar to the Destroy an Artifact. I think this card is going to be sweet. And yeah, good card. Kappa Cannoneer reprint here. 5 and a blue for 4 improvise, so you can tap artifacts to help cast this spell. It has Ward 4, and when it or another artifact enters the battlefield, you control put a possible counter on this and it can't be blocked this turn. So it's a build around, but it's a fantastic build around if you got a lot of artifacts. Then it's a A-level card. I think it's just gonna be, I mean, if it attacks for 5 unblockable, and you even get to cast it cheaper and ward. So it's in an artifact heavy deck, it's an A-, otherwise it's unplayable, of course. And remember, the void cards are not artifacts, so even though they are colorless, they can't help to cast the Kappa Cannoneer. Kozilek's Unsealing, an enchantment, 2 and a blue devoid, so maybe we can use this with the Estrid's card earlier. Whenever you cast a creature spell with mana value 4, 5, or 6, you get 2 01 Eldrazi that you can sack to get a 1/1. And sack to add a colorless, which helps cast Eldrazi spells, by the way. Whenever you cast a creature spell with mana value 7 or greater, draw 3 cards. Again, a build around. If I'm in the Eldrazi deck, I don't see how I could turn this down. I mean, I'm gonna have expensive creatures. The only downside is that before you're casting something expensive, this doesn't help you. It does nothing unless you started casting. But once you do it, the train starts rolling because you're getting Eldrazi's to pay for the expensive cards or chump if that's what you need. And then drawing 3 cards means that you get to draw into more expensive creatures that keeps the train rolling. So I think it's a build around B in an Eldrazi deck. And doesn't look like it works that good with the Estrid's card, but maybe you want to draw 6 cards. But yeah, I think it's gonna do a lot of work for you in an Eldrazi deck. Build around B then. Petrifying Meddler, 4 and a blue for 4/5 devoid, has reach, which is already, so now we already doesn't need much more to push this into playable. When we cast the spell, top up to 1 target creature and put a stun counter on it. I like this card. I mean, a 5 and a 4/5 reach is not the greatest of cards. Tapping a creature, putting a stun counter on it, and Frostlings. This looks like a very good defensive card for an Eldrazi deck. It's very hard to get killed after you cast this card because you're getting a 4/5 reach. You're tapping something, putting a stun counter on it. So you have something that can block flyers, something that tap down a flyer, and it also triggers all your Eldrazi. So in an Eldrazi deck, I want to give this a C+. And I think you can play this in any blue deck, honestly. I think it's a C+ in every deck, honestly. It's just a good card. Because, yes, it's a 4/5 reach is somewhat of a defensive card, but it also can work aggressively by tapping a blocker down. And then you for 2 turns. Also, it is cast, so like with a lot of Eldrazi's, if your opponent counter spells this card, you still get the trigger. Reef Worm, another reprint, now downgraded to uncommon. 3 and a blue for 01. When it dies, you get a 3/3 blue fish. When this dies, you get a 6/6 whale, and then with that dies, you get a 9/9 blue. So this really wants you to have a sacrifice outlet. It can work as a ground shumper, like a stuffy doll sort of card. I'm usually skeptical of that in limited because your opponent doesn't cooperate. Your opponent has a flyer, you can fly over it. Your opponent has some exile removal. I mean, it seems decent if you kind of find a way to have a sacrifice effect going. You are getting the value from the sacrifice and you're slowly going up the chain. It's hard for your opponent to interrupt that if you have the instant speed sacrifice. I think it's a build around B in a deck that has sacrifice outlets. And it can also be a sideboard card against a deck that's mostly attacking on the ground. Because remember, when you block with this and get a free, you are getting a free chump. And then you get another free chump, and it just gets bigger. So I'm gonna give it a B-, but it can also be like a C+. And it's a pretty darn good sideboard card. There are some matchups where it's not gonna do very much though. If you're playing as a flyer deck, it's not great. Royal Cartographer, 1 and blue for 1/3. Landfall, whenever land ends battlefield on your control, you get an energy. So that's gonna be this card could give you like 4 or 5 energy over the course of a game, maybe even more. Tap it, pay 6 energy, draw 3 cards. Okay. That seems doable in an energy deck. I'm not sure that's the end game for the energy deck. But the 3 cards you draw may give you more energy to do some other stuff with the energy. I mean, you may not need to draw more cards. But this card seems good in an energy deck. If you're not an energy deck, I don't think it's good. Because then you're going to have to wait so long for this card to do its thing. But in an energy deck, this seems like a B-, just seems like a good card. It's a early blocker that gives you a lot of energy and even ways to spend it. Because in an energy deck, you're going to be able to draw 3 cards with the help from other cards. And those 3 cards should give you more energy. So in an NG deck, I think it's a B-. Sage of the Unknowable. 1 blue for 0-4. You can tap it to add a waste mana, so you can help that can help cast Eldrazi's. Spend this mana only to cast a color spell. I guess you have to, or to activate an ability. So in an Eldrazi deck, I like this card because it's a mana dork that also blocks pretty well. And remember, the Eldrazi deck are sometimes constricted on having the colorless source. So in an Eldrazi deck, I think it's a C+, and if not, it's an F. I wouldn't play this just to activate some random abilities. Serum Visionary, 2 and a blue for a 2/2. And when it comes to play, it casts Serum Visions. You draw a card and scry 2. Yeah, you're up a card with some selections. I think this is a C+. It's these types of card have gone down a little bit. These like cards that draw card when it comes to play. Like I remember 4 mana for a 3/2 that draws a card is not a very good card these days. Here they've shaved the mana and the power, add some scry. I think we're looking at the C+ here. I think the 1 mana discount is a very big deal. So C+, I like the card. I don't think it's better than like the Brain Search though. Shadow of the Second Sun, 4 blue for Enchantment Warrior. Enchanted player. And at the beginning of Enchanted Play's post-combat main phase, there is an additional beginning phase after this phase. So, I'm confused. It's not it's not a time walk, but you are getting another attack step. You're not getting a draw step. Huh. I'm confused. Post-combat main phase, you get another beginning phase. End step. Oh, you're getting an extra card. Oh, you get an untap upkeep and draw. So you don't get another attack, but you get another draw step. And another untap and upkeep. But you don't get another combat phase. So it's basically draws an extra card every turn. Plus all the untap and upkeep if you got some upkeep triggers. Ah, I see. So you okay. So this basically is a 6 mana draw an extra card every turn plus some extra value maybe. That doesn't seem very good. I think I'd rather have like a deep analysis or a brain search. I don't need to spend a lot of mana to bury my opponent in extra cards. Because you're not getting to... Oh, you do get to untap all your land. So it adds mana too. Huh. Okay. This is a very confusing card. I mean, so you're getting to cast spells and draw extra cards. Sorry for this. Okay, that's more interesting then. I still don't know that it's that good. How much better is this on deep analysis? You are getting card advantage and you get some extra mana to cast the cards. You probably... Yeah, it's hard to grade this card. I'm gonna start on a C+ just because I don't know how to grade it. I think that in the right matchup, if you cast this card, you can probably win. But this doesn't do anything... Oh, it does. You can play this on your pre-combat main, and then you're getting it right away. Okay, so maybe it is better than I think, because you're getting value immediately, so it helps you stabilize it. I'm gonna go up to B then. You can just play this. I'm figuring out this card as I read it. Very confusing. But yeah, if you cast this card, you're probably gonna win if your opponent can't deal with it, because you're getting extra card every turn. You're getting enough all the mana. You double your mana too. Not for X spells, but you know. Shrieking Drake, a reprint. Blue mana for a 1/1 flyer. When it enters the battlefield, return a creature you control to its owner's hand. So this can do 2 things. You can play this over and over again if you got some constant to play effect. You play this, return itself, play this, return itself. As long as you have blue mana, you can do that. Or you can return another creature with some enter the battlefield effect. Or you just don't have an enter the battlefield effect and you want a 1/1 flyer for 1. I think it's a build run. I wouldn't just play this without any like constant play effect. But if I'm like a blue-white deck, I have the card that gains me a life every time I cast a creature. And an energy maybe to the rare. It could be good. So I want to give it a build around C+. I don't think it's higher than that. And I think in a regular deck with no payoffs, I wouldn't play this card. It just seems like a bad... I mean, I don't want a 1/1 flyer with a downside, you know. Another land here, Sink into Stupor, is the flip land. 1 blue, return target spell or non-land permanent controls with someone's hand. So this is more like the 2 mana deal free. This is a mediocre card, but it makes up for that with a flexibility. So I would always play it in a blue deck. I think this is a C+ rather than a B though, just because the front side is kind of mediocre. Returning a permanent for 3 mana without an additional upside, non-land permanent too, is not good. And returning a spell is also can be good sometimes, but I would give it. I mean, I would always play it, but I wouldn't pick it super high. C+, I think. Strix Serenade, blue mana for an instant. You can an artifact, creature, or planeswalker spell. It controls 2 blue bird creature can fly. I think this is an F. This is like Swan Song. It's a little better because it can counter creatures, but giving your opponent a 2/2 and with all the situational things that a counter spell has, I think it's F. I could bring it in if my opponent's got an unbeatable sick bomb. That's one of these types, but then it's like a sideboard C because you're still down on energy. 2/2 flyer is a big deal in limit. Tamiyo meets the story circle. 1 blue for a saga. 3 chapters. First one, until your next turn, whenever a creature attacks you or planeswalker you control, it gets -2/-0 until end of turn. So that's gonna help you survive, probably. 2, discard any number of cards and investigate twice for each card discarded this way. So you're gonna be up a card for every card you discard. You're just gonna have to spend the mana. You do have to spend 4 mana for every card you want to be. Let's say you discard 3 cards, you get 6 clues. Whenever if you want to be up cards, you need to spend 8 mana to draw 4. This is clunky. You are up cards, but it requires a lot of mana. And in this last chapter, shuffle up to 3 target cards from your graveyard into your library. So that can help you not be decked. And I think you can't target this because it's still on the stack. It gets sacrificed, but I'm not sure you can target this. Maybe there is some infinite loop you want to do, like some memory's journey loop you can do here. I'm skeptical about this card. I think that it's just so mana intensive. I'm gonna give this a D, but I can see this being a key piece of some deck that just loops its entire deck. You just play a bunch of these, cast them over and over again. It fogs, it draws cards. Then you shuffle cards back, including these. If you got 2 of these, you probably can't get decked. So I can see this being a role player C in an engine deck that loops its entire deck. And I'm kind of excited to see if this can do some stuff that. But it seems so clunky because discarding a card and making 2 clues means that you need to spend 4 mana to be up a card. And that's very expensive. Tamiyo, Inquisitive Student. Blue mana for a 0/3 flyer. Whenever it attacks, investigate. Oh, I already like this card. I mean, that 0 mana 0/3 flyer that you can attack and then draw a card anytime you have 2 mana to spend. It's already a great card. Whenever you draw a 3rd card in a turn, which the ability from Tamiyo helps you do, you can exile this card and it flips into a planeswalker. I'm just gonna be honest, I don't need much to make this card be an A-level card. I think already this card is sick, even without the planeswalker text. But let's see. It's a 2 loyalty planeswalker, +2 until your next turn. Whenever a creature attacks you or planeswalker you control, it gets -1/-0 until end of turn. That's a nice little safety valve. Means that once you dawdle around drawing a lot of cards, this can also protect itself. And it's gonna, if your opponent is wide, it may just fog a lot. -3, you return an instant source card from your graveyard to your hand. If it was a green card, you add 1 mana of any color. That's nice card advantage. And -7, that seems hard, but you are +2ing, but it's gonna be a lot of work. For cards equal to half the number of cards in your library rounded up, you get an emblem with you have no maximum hand size. That seems sick, but sort of like overkill, because the idea of this card is you're gonna play it and draw a bunch of cards. How many more cards do you even need? But as I said, this card just seems very good to me. It even blocks well later in the game. You play this early, get a bunch of attack skin, investigate, then you stay back and block, and at some point you flip it. I'm gonna give it an A. I think that if you have this card in your opening hand, it's gonna run away with the game most of the time. And it's almost very hard for opponent to kill it either, or block it for value. The flying means a lot on this card. It just means that it's so you can attack with this card with impunity in most board states. So I'm gonna give it an A. It seems like one of the best cards so far. Best blue cards for sure. Tempest Harvester, 1 blue for 2/1, which is better if you get 2 energy. You can tap, pay an energy, draw a card, and discard a card. So I kind of like this more than the white version of this card because it does more later in the game. That card was just a free 2, and this card can loot. I think it's a C in an energy deck. I think outside of an energy deck, not very good. Because the 2 that loots twice, it's not that good. Because 2 that loots once is not good. 2 that loots twice is better, but that's not good. I'm gonna give it a C+ in an energy deck. Otherwise, it's a D+. Alright, we have a couple of blue cards left now. Triton Wavebreak. We have another Bestow creature. Blue for 1/1. It has prowess. And you can bestow for 1 blue and give a creature +1/+1 and prowess. Yeah. 1/1 prowess. This feels more like a constructed card. A 1/1 prowess for 1 is not good in limited. And giving an aura +1/+1 prowess is also not very good. I'm gonna give it a D. I think this is more a constructed card. Because even if you play this early, get a couple of hits, and it's not going to do anything after that. And I don't think the bestow helps that much. Tune the narrative, blue mana for an instant. Draw a card and get 2 energy. Oh, so it's like a blue attuned with either. I mean, in any deck, this seems awesome. I'm probably going to play as many of these as I can get my hands on. And outside of an energy deck, it doesn't do much. Maybe it triggers the play 2 spells in 1 turn. In an energy deck, I think it's a C+. In a draw 2 deck, I think it's more like a C. The problem with this card is that you don't know what you get. If you keep an opening hand with this, you don't know if it's a land or a spell, and at some point you might dilute your deck and you draw too many blanks. So it may look, oh, I'm just going to play this in a 39 card deck. Well, it dilutes your deck, it's a problem. And you have to spend the mana too. But in an energy deck, I like it, of course. C+, almost close to a B- in an energy deck if you have good ways to use the energy, which you should. Ugin's Binding, 2 blue for an instant. Devoid, return target non-land permanents you don't control to its owner's hand. So that's not good, but it has more text. When you cast a color spell with mana value 7 or greater, you may exile this card from your graveyard. When you do, return each non-land permanent you don't control to its owner's hand. Wow, that seems sick. In an Eldrazi deck, this seems like a B+, I think. Because not A, because the front side is a little weak. But there are also, like you have the brain, now the brain search doesn't tell. But you have the looter maybe. But able to bounce everything is sick. No, I'm gonna go up to A- in an Eldrazi deck. If I'm not playing in an Eldrazi, I wouldn't play it. If I have like 1 or 2 Eldrazi, I probably also wouldn't play it, because 3 mana to bounce something is just not good. And you can't even save your own stuff. But in an Eldrazi deck, it's probably an A-. It's just gonna be free value, and you may even have games where you cast this early and you forget about it, and then it trigger goes and it's like, oh, I just win. Oops, I win. Unfathomable Truths, 4 blue for an instant, Devoid. You draw 3 cards and create a 0/1 Eldrazi spawn. Yeah, we had like a similar card in Wilds of Eldraine, the 5 mana draw 3, make a 1/1 flyer. This one is instant, but 5 mana draw 3 is not a good card these days, and getting an 0/1 is nice, and it might help you cast the card, one of the cards you draw. I'm gonna give it a C-. I think it's fine to play like 1, but it seems a little too slow. The 0/1 is like fake board presence, because all it's gonna do is jump, but it may help you cast the spell the next turn. So maybe it like curse nicely into the draws. I'm gonna start C-. I think this is the kind of card you don't have to pick very highly. You're gonna get it anyway. Utter Insignificance, 1 blue for a Flash Aura. Again, it loses all abilities and has base perks as 1/1. You can pay 2, no Colorless, exile it. So it's like the rare. I think I like this more than the rare Storm card, because it was 1 mana cheaper, and you have the ability to get the card back. I remember they called Dramatic Accusations being fine. I think this is a C-. It's a card you can play. I'm not too excited about it, because you have to remember, if you play this and then exile, you have spent 5 mana. That's a lot. Maybe you can blink. Maybe there are some blink cards, so you can blink this and in response. You can pay the 3 mana and then blink this in response. but it doesn't seem that good to me. C minus. Next card is pretty sick though. 1 blue Volatile Stormdrake. 1 blue rare 3/2. Flying Hexproof from activated and triggered abilities. So I'm not sure how relevant that is, but maybe there is some. They can't be targeted by a tapper. Can't be targeted by some random pinger. It might be some stuff it hosts. When it enters the battlefield, you exchange control of Volatile Stormdrake and target creature and opponent controls. If you do, you get 4 energy. Then sacrifice that creature unless you pay an amount of energy equal to its mana. Oh, I see. This is trying to be a Gilded Drake. And this is not a May. So you're getting your opponent a free to fly, but you're getting their best creature. But you have to spend some energy. If you're taking a cheap card, you're left with some energy. Huh. The more I read this card, the worse it looks. Because I don't think Gilded Drake is a particularly good limited card. Because giving your opponent a flyer in exchange for a good card is not very good. If I'm a heavy energy deck, I can play this, give my opponent a 3/2 flyer, and then get something big. It could be decent. It kind of works good with bounce spells. Yeah, I don't know about this card. I think I'm gonna give it a D. It looks kind of bad. The more I read it, the less I like it. Problem is that exchange cards are not very good in limited. Alright, black. A Cursed Marauder. 1 black for 2/1. When there's a battle, each player sacrifices a non-token creature. So it's like a Fleshbag Marauder that's 1 mana cheaper. And your opponent can get around with tokens. On the flip side, you can't sacrifice tokens. Generally, these cards don't perform that well. But maybe the non-token clause helps this card. I don't know. I'm not seeing it though. I'm gonna start with C minus. I don't think it's a particularly good card. Just that 2 mana edicts are not good. And you can't even combine this with token makers. What card are you even sacrificing to get value to have the 2/1 stick around? So I would basically treat this as a 2 mana sorcery edict, which isn't very good. So C minus D plus. Orc-bound Condor, 2 black for a flying modular free. So it's a 4 mana free flyer that if you have another artifact creature, they get the counters when this dies. Whenever another artifact enters the battlefield under your control, target creature and opponent controls -1/-1 until end of turn. That's nice. You can pick off like small creatures. I think it's gonna be hard to play 2 artifacts, but maybe you can play this with a Kappa Cannoneer and go to town. I think it's C plus. If you got a lot of artifacts in your deck, it can go up to B minus, but 4 mana free flyer is okay, but you need a lot of other artifacts to make this work. So B minus may be in a heavy artifact deck, because it's both work with the Molar and the -1/-1. The first black of the flip lands here. So it's a swamp that you can pay 3 life, or it comes into play tapped. And it's a 3/1 that exiles target player's graveyard. This seems another C plus level card. This one is probably the weakest one I've seen. A 3/1 that exiles a graveyard is just not a very good card. I'm gonna give it a C. I'm still gonna give it a C plus. You can't really give these cards too low grade because of how flexible they are. And the exiling error can be kind of nice sometimes. Breed Your Last, 1 black. The certified creature planeswalker, you get 1 life for each of its colors. So it's a murder that's gonna gain you between 0 to 2 life. It's gonna be 0 if it's a devoid card. It's gonna be 2 life if it's a multicolored card. It's gonna be 1 life most of the time. A murder that gains you 1 life when you cast it seems okay. It may trigger the white, even white, like it may trigger some lifelink payoffs. I'm gonna start with a C though. Murder is about a C these days in regular sets, and this is a powerful Modern Horizon sets. And the 1 life I don't think makes up for that. I think it's gonna be 1 life, and there are a lot of the void cards as well. So I'm gonna start with C, but I could be proven wrong. I mean, Extinguish the Weak or whatever it was from the last was pretty great. So C, but it could be a C plus. Buried Alive, 2 and a black for a sorcery. You search your library for up to 3 creature cards, put them into graveyard and shuffle. So you can't play this if you got no reanimate or something that works from the graveyard. So mostly it's an F, but if you have a specific reason, which we might come to later, it can be a role play. But I will mostly give this an F though. You are down a card, without doing anything. And sometimes even a reanimator deck doesn't draw its reanimate spells. So even in a deck that can work with this, it might not do anything. But if you got a card that works specifically from the graveyard, then it gets better. Chthonian Nightmare. 1 black for enchantment. When it ends the battle, you get free energy. You can pay X energy, sacrifice a creature, return Chthonian Nightmare to its owner's hand, return target creature with mana value X from your graveyard to the battlefield. Activate only as a source. So we have our first reanimate spell, but it is expensive. You have to sacrifice a creature, then you're getting a creature back, but paying the energy, you may not be able to do more than once. You can replay this, so you're getting more energy, but you're not getting more creatures. I'm skeptical about this card. I could be proven wrong, but I think it doesn't look very good. The fact that you have to sacrifice a creature means that it's gonna be hard to make it work. But maybe if you're like black-white with a 5/5 flyer, and then you have some other stuff. I'm gonna start D though, and I could be proven wrong. Consuming Corruption. Black for an instant. It is X times your creature planeswalker you gain X life, where X is the number of swarms you control. So it's like a corrupt that can't hit players. Yeah, or Tenders of Corruption is a better comparison. So that was 4 mana. This is 2, but it's harder to cast. But that you should probably just play this in a heavy black deck anyway. In mono black, it's about a B, I think, because then it's gonna be a murder that gains you 5 or 6 life. If I'm not mono black, it goes down a lot. Like if I'm playing 9 swarms, I probably wouldn't even want to play this card, because then it's like 2 mana deal 2 gain 2, or later in the game it could be 2 mana deal 4 gain 4, but then that's a point where I could just have cast in a more expensive card. So in mono black it's a B, but I'm not sure that this card is going to open up the door for mono black, because if you have the big difference between corrupt is if you have corrupt in a set that hits players, you can just start taking every corrupt you see, and then that could be part of your win condition. This is going to be a nice card in a mono black deck, but it can't hit players, so you just can't. I don't think it's worth it to build a mono black deck just because of this card. But if you are mono black, it's a very good card. Crabomination. 4 black for a 5/5. Emerge from artifact. So you can sacrifice an artifact and paying the 7 mana minus the artifact's mana value. When it ends the battle, the top card of the library, a card at random from the graveyard, and a card at random from the hand. You may cast a spell from when the card exiled this way without paying its mana cost. So the top card of the library may not be a whiff. The card at random from the graveyard is not going to be a whiff most of the time. And a card at random from the hand could be a whiff, but probably not. So it is a 6 mana 5/5 that casts you a spell for free, but you have to sacrifice an artifact. But you can also cast this for 6. So how good is a 6 mana 5/5 that gets to draw a card and probably play it? I think it's good. It is a little random. You may hit something very cheap from the graveyard, but it's gonna be hard for you to completely whiff. I think we're looking at a B here. I wouldn't try to emerge this too many times, because I can just cast it for 6. It also works with reanimate stuff, so it's not cost trigger, so you can reanimate this for value. So I'm gonna give it a B. I think it's a good card. It's not a bomb level though. Dreadmobile. 2 black for a vehicle. Menace. 1 sacrifice an artifact creature, put a counter on this, and it has crew on. Yeah. So it is kind of aggressive, but 3 mana vehicles, 3 crew on has not been very good lately. The fact that it's menace helps a little bit, and the fact that it grows helps a little bit. I don't think it's a great card. I'm gonna give it a C. I don't really think it's very good, because if this becomes a problem, your opponent may have an instant speed removal spell, so it's not completely invulnerable like all artifacts are. Dream Drinker Vampire. 1 black for 2/1 lifelinker. You can pay 1 black and adapt 1. When one or more counters are put on this, it gains menace until end of turn. So it's like a Child of Night with some extra upside, like it can become a free 2. I think this is a solid card. I would give it a C. I don't think it's an amazing card, because the Counters on this is probably just going to be a one shot. Yeah, you can put some counters on this and otherwise, but it's not like a 3-2 menace. It's that impossible to block. I think it's fine though. Dross Claw, a living weapon card, can also help you cast the emerge from artifact. One on a black artifact equipment has a living weapon, and the creature gets +1/+1, so it's a 2-mana 1/1 at the very least. When it attacks, each opponent loses 1 life and has equipped 2. I don't think this card is good. Yes, it's a sort of like a 2-mana 2/1, but it doesn't kill 2 toughness creatures. If you throw, I mean, 1 life is just so little. I'm gonna give it a D. I don't like this card. Maybe if you have an artifact heavy synergies, it can be decent. Emperor of Bones, 1 and a black, 2/2. At the beginning of combat of your turn, exile up to 1 target card from a game. So it does exile your opponent's graveyard pretty good. 1 and a black at tap 2. So now I'm getting more excited about this card because a 2-mana 2/2 you can pay 2 mana to pump it to counters. That's a good card in limited, even if you can only do it once. Whenever 1 or more +1/+1 can put on Emperor of Bones, put a creature card exiled with Emperor of Bones onto the battlefield under your control. Finality card. It gains haste, sacrifice at the beginning of the next end step. But that's instant speed. So you can do that during your opponent's turn and block with it. Yes, it has a finality counter, but the threat of doing that is kind of nice. Probably only gonna do it once, but it's still a good card. I'm gonna give it a B. I think it's even if you're not even putting anything into play, it's a good card. I mean, a 2-mana 2/2 that you can pay 2 mana put counters on it. That's a very good limited card already. Etched Sliff, another artifact. So maybe we are getting another artifact. So maybe like a black-blue deck. Blue-black deck can splash Kappa Cannoneer. I'm liking the 3-mana 3/3 more and more. Although, you have to remember that the living weapon, the germ, is not an artifact. So you can't put the counters on that. Etched Sliff, 1 and black for a 1/1 menace. When it is combat time to play, put a +1/+1 counter on it. When you do, you may remove a counter from another target permanent or opponent. Skeptical about this card. I mean, a 1/1 menace may look like it's gonna get through, but if you cast this on turn 2, sure, you may get through, but later in the game your opponent can just double block this. And removing a counter doesn't seem very good, so I'm gonna give it as a D. I don't think this is a very good card. But if you're artifact heavy, this can be a nice target for some +1/+1 counters maybe. Ethereum Pyramonder, black for a 1/1 flyer and can block only creatures with flying. 6 and a black, adapt 4, and this ability costs 1 less for each other artifact you control. This card I like though, because it's the fact that it can only block flyers is not that big of a deal early in the game because you want to attack with this anyway. And the more artifacts you have, the cheaper the adapt cost gets. If the adapt, you can get the adapt down to 5, I think it's a good card. Then it becomes a very threatening card. So in an artifact heavy deck, I want to give this a B. I just think it's a fantastic card because it's gonna enable all your artifacts very cheaply, and you're gonna get to pump this up very cheap. Just remember though, if you put some counters on this with the modular card, you can no longer adapt it. You can, but it's not gonna get any counters. Eviscerator's Insight, 1 and a black for an instant. As an instant cost to cast this spell, sacrifice an artifact creature, draw 2 cards, and has flashback 4 and a black. This is not the kind of card that plays that good as having flashback, but it's sort of free, so it's not that bad. You're not getting a treasure like Deadly Dispute, so mostly I think this is worse than Deadly Dispute, and I don't think the flashback makes up that much for it. Sacrifice an artifact can be nice. I'm gonna give it a C- though. It's another also kind of card that I'm hoping to get late and not have to spend a high pick on. Fell the Profane, 2 black for an instant, destroy card creature planeswalker, but it's also a flip land. This is a B. This is one of the better ones because this is the kind of effect that it's not even that overcosted. It's overcosted by 1 mana. I mean, if you compare it to the common, this one costs 1 more. You're not gaining any life, but on the flip side, you can just play it as a land. Flip side. So I'm gonna give this a B. It doesn't get any higher than that because none of the sides are like that busted. But the flexibility bumps it up to a B, I think. Fetid Gargantua, 4 and a black for a 4/4. It has adapt 2. And whenever 1 or more +1/+1 is gonna put on it, you may draw 2 cards. If you do, you lose 2 life. Okay, so it's like a Phyrexian Gargantua, but you have to work a little for it. You have to have this survive and spend 3. But then it's a 6/6 that draws you 2 cards. I think it's fine. It's a C, I think. It's not. It's not. It's a lot worse than Phyrexian Gargantua, just because you have to wait and hope your opponent doesn't have removal. It doesn't work particularly well with Reanimate either. Flare of Malice, we have the next in the cycle of 3 cards. 2 black, you can sacrifice a non-token black creature instead of paying the spell's mana cost. Each opponent sacrifices a creature planeswalker with the greatest mana value. Alright, so it's like a 4 mana removal spell. It gets around hexproof and indestructible. On the flip side, you can sacrifice a creature. This also doesn't look like that insane to me. I think it's I think this is worse than the murder. I think it's a C. The problem with this card is that if you're using the alternate cost and cost is your 2 for 1 yourself, and you can't even get around it by tokens. So, and it's 4 mana kill the largest thing is usually about the same as murder. You get around hexproof, indestructible, but sometimes your opponent have a choice what creature they want to lose, and sometimes the best creature in play doesn't have the greatest mana value. Sometimes that happens. Gravedigg, this is a funny one. 1 and a black for a sorcery. You choose one, you target player creates a 2/2 black zombie, or you return a creature card from the graveyard to your hand. But it has Entwine too. So this is basically a Gravedigger that you can play for cheaper if you only want to, if you don't want a 2/2, you just want to get something back for cheaper, or you just want a 2/2. I don't think this is that much better than a Gravedigger, and Gravedigger has been power crept down a bit. But I think it's a perfectly fine card. It's a C. I think Gravedigger has lost a lot to power creep. But it's a Gravedigger that's flexible, and that's nice. So it's a C though. Grim Servant, 3 and a black for a 3/2 menace. When it enters the battlefield, search your life for a card with mana value less than or equal to your devotion to black. Reveal it, put it in your hand, and shuffle. You lose 3 life. So at the very least, you can get a 1-drop, like the 1/1 flyer maybe. But you clearly want to play this with other stuff in play. So let's say you cast this, you're getting like a 4-drop because you have like 1 BB card and a single B card plus this. How good is a 3/2 menace for 4 that searches for a 4-drop and you lose 3 life? That's fine. It's solid. You are 2 for 1 and you are paying 3 life. This bot is slightly overcosted. I think it's a B minus about there. It gets better if you got like a 4 mana bomb though. But the 3 life is kind of hurtful, and there are spots when your opponent kills your other creatures or your draw is kind of awkward, and this is the only black card in play. And getting a 1-drop and losing 3 life is not particularly good. But I still think it's a B minus because a 2 for 1 is a 2. Son of Yawgmoth, you have 4 and 3 Phyrexians. You can pay 6 life and 4 colorless to play this card if you're feeling it. It has lifelink, so it's a 2/2 lifelinker. For each black in a cost, you may pay 2 life rather than pay that mana. So even more painful. Whenever you cast a black spell, put a +1/+1 counter on this. I don't think this card is very good, unfortunately. Because if you cast this on turn 4, you have to pay 6 life. And how much more life can you pay at that point? And yes, the lifelink helps, but it doesn't have any other evasion. I'm skeptical about this card. I think it's a D. I don't think it's... I mean, if you're heavy black, it can be decent, but... Imagine casting this on turn 4 and then your opponent like casting a random shock. You lost 6 life. And that's not always going to happen, but it's not like the payoff here is that insane. Because your non-black card is not going to pump this, your devoid card is not going to pump this. So I don't think this is very good. Kami of Yellow's First. 2 and a black for a 1/3 Death Touch. So already it's a fine card, Giant Scorpion. 4 and a black, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. This ability costs 4 and a black less to activate if you've drawn 3 or more cards this turn. Activate only once each turn. Alright, that's minor upside. 5 mana is a lot, but you're gonna use that ability when you're running out of other things to do. These types of card can be kind of good sometimes. You can be underrated how good that ability is, but I think it's a C minus though. I think it's not that much better than a Giant Scorpion. And you're not going to draw 3 or more cards very much. When you do, it's nice to have a free drain for 2, but you did have to spend a cost for this card. So I think it's a C minus, but it can be a C in a right deck. A deck that can draw extra cards, and it's kind of a controlling card in disguise, I think. Because a 1/3 Death Touch is not good in an aggressive deck. An aggressive deck doesn't always have the luxury to spend 5 mana on something like that. Lethal Throwdown. Black for a sorcery. As an each cast is sacrifice a creature or sacrifice a modified creature. The sorcerer creature planeswalker, if the modified creature was sacrificed, draw a card. So it's like a bone splinters, but maybe in a black-white deck it can be a little better. If you're sacrificing like a modified creature, you get to draw a card. The problem is that you don't want to sacrifice modified creatures usually because you spend some resource to do it. So maybe you can sacrifice like a 1/1 with modal, or if such a thing exists. But Bone Splinters is a card that sometimes is good. So I'm gonna give this a C-, but it can be a C+ in a right deck, maybe like a black-white deck with some expendable cards and maybe some modified creatures you can sacrifice. Marionette Apprentice, 1 black for 1/2. It has Fabricate 1, so already I'm sold. I mean, I like a 1/2 with a 1/1. That's a good card. But whenever another creature artifact you control is put to a graveyard from the battlefield, each opponent loses 1 life. Nice. So it's I'm gonna play this card in every black deck. I think it's a C+. Just remember like Lassotep Reaver. And they can be even better if you got some artifact synergies, because then not only are the 1/1 helping you, the other stuff that dies is gonna deal some damage. So in an artifact deck it's a B-, in a normal black deck it's a C+. Mindless Conscription, 2 black enchantment. Whenever Mindless Conscription enters the battlefield and whenever you draw your third card each turn, amass zombies free. So on the flip side it's a 3 mana 3/3. But if you can manage to draw 3 cards, it can, maybe with the 2 mana sacrifice card, you can get even more. It looks fine. I mean, it also works with the blue Estrid's. You copy this every turn, you're gonna get a large zombie. I think it's a C+. I think it's a good card. I mean, also, maybe there is some value in having an enchantment in play. You play this, get a 3/3. Your opponent, you trade with a 3/3. You're left with an enchantment that you can maybe do something with. Helps with devotion for black too, by the way. Nadir's Nightblade, 2 black for a 1/3. Whenever a token you control leaves the battlefield, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. That seems not so good. Maybe the idea is you trade off a bunch of zombie tokens or servos or something, but this seems like a build around C. I don't even think it's good in a token deck. If this said whenever a creature you control left the battlefield, then it would be good. It'd be like a 3 mana 1/3 Sulaput Kothor. But even that wouldn't be like the most insane of cards. So I'm gonna give this a build around C. Weird card, weird grade, but I don't think it's good though. Necrodominance, black, so that's good for mono black devotion. Maybe there is a mono black deck here. Maybe you play like those 2 mana spell and a bunch of devotion cards, and this. Skip your draw step. At the beginning of your end step, you may pay any amount of life if you do draw that many cards. So it's like a Necropotence. Your maximum hand size is 5. Okay, that's a little awkward. You have to do then discard if you draw up to more than 5. If a card or token will put into your graveyard, anyway, exile it instead. So this is like a Necropotence, except it's a little worse because you can only have up to 5 cards. So if you're mono black, I think this card can be good. But I don't think it's that good. The idea of this card is probably that you play this, you trade off a bunch, and then you stop refilling your hand. But at some point you're gonna run out of life. And you are also down a draw step every time. So after you've cast this card, for every turn that goes by, you are down a card to your draw step, so you can't discount that. You may think, oh, I'm gonna draw all this extra card. Well, you have to subtract 1 for every draw step you miss. I think in a mono black deck, it could be like a C+, which is again a weird grade. But mostly I'm gonna probably not take this very high. Maybe if you play this card plus a bunch of the black deal damage equal to swamp, we might have a deck. The problem is this is a mythic, so yeah, okay. If I see this pack 1, I might take it, and then I might be on the lookout for the black deal damage equal to number of swamps, and then maybe some devotion cards too. So maybe it's like a build around B in a deck that's mono black and has a bunch of the deal damage equal to number of swamps. Nethergoyf, black for a Lurgoyf. Its power is equal to the number of card types among cards in the graveyard, and its toughness is equal to that number plus 1. So it's a Tarmogoyf that checks only your graveyard. Oh, it has escape. 2 and a black, exile any number of other cards from your game with 4 or more card types in that one. So it's like a delirium escape. Interesting. So it's a Tarmogoyf. How good is a Tarmogoyf? Is not a particularly good limited card, generally speaking. It's fine, but it takes a little while for it to be relevant. And this only checks your graveyard. The escape is awkward because exiling cards means that this is gonna be smaller. Yeah, I think Nethergolf is not a very good card. I mean, if this is a 1-2, it's not good. If it's a 2-3, it's good, but it's not gonna be a 2-3 on early in the game all the time. I think that Nethergolf is not very good, unfortunately. It's a D, I think. If you have a lot of self-mill, it can be good, because then it's gonna be larger and you may sometimes escape it. Maybe you have duplicates of some card types. Next card is Sictor. It's Ophiomancer. 2 in the black for 2/2. At the beginning of each upkeep, if you control no snakes, create a 1/1 black snake creature token with Death Touch. But this does a couple of crazy things. First of all, the ground is completely locked down. If your opponent can't kill this, they basically can't attack on the ground, because you're gonna trade with the 1/1 snake and then get it back. And second, it's sick with sacrifice outlets, because you can sacrifice the 1/1 and get it back every turn. I think Ophiomancer is an A-, and if I get Ophiomancer, I'm gonna look for some ways to get it back, because there are decks, some especially green decks, that just can't beat an Ophiomancer. They just pack up the cards. Quest for the Necropolis. Black mana for an enchantment. Landfall. Whenever a land has battlefield under control, put a quest counter on this. So it's very good on turn 1 if you wanna solve it. 5 and a black, sacrifice this. Put our creature from a graveyard onto the battlefield under control. This ability costs 1 less to activate for each quest counter on this. Interesting card. So if you play this on turn 1, turn 2 you get a counter, turn 3 you get a counter, turn 4 you get a counter. Then on turn 4 you can spend 3 mana to crack it. The problem with this card is that it's not a very good top deck usually, because you're not going to get enough counters. But even then you might be able to pay the 6. This is a... also, if you play this early, your opponent has information, so may not want to trade off. But there are spots where your opponent can't do anything about it. I think that this card is good, though. I just think that it's probably going to be a little worse than it looks. I'm going to give it a C+, because the problem with this card is you're not always going to have a good target, and you're not even always going to have enough counters to make it be good. Because playing this and then paying 6 is too much, usually. Next, we have an artifact creature, Refurbished Familiar. 3 and a black for a 2/1. It has affinity for artifacts and it has flying. When it enters battle, for each opponent discards a card. For each opponent who can't, you draw a card. So if you have no other artifacts, it's fine. 4 mana 2/1, make your opponent discard a card is okay. And it even has the rebate of, if you draw this late, you get the card back. But in an artifact deck, if you can cast this even on turn 3, it's good. A 3 mana 2/1 Ravenous Rats that then also helps you with your all artifact stuff is good. So in an artifact deck, I want to give it honestly a B-. I just think it's going to be great. In a regular black deck, it's probably more like a C. I think a 2/1 flyer for 4 that makes your opponent discard a card is fine, but it's nothing special. Oh, so black has a lot of artifacts. I see. Retrofitted Transmogrant. Black for a 1/1 artifact creature. You can pay 3 and a black to return it from your graveyard to the battlefield, tap with 2/1/1 counters. So the idea is to mill this or jump, and then it comes back a little stronger, but 4 mana is a lot. I like that it's an artifact though. So if you are an artifact deck, it seems fine to play this early. Early is going to help you with all your affinity cards, and then you can jump and get it back a little stronger. It seems like a C though in an artifact deck. It doesn't look like a card I'm going to have to pick very highly, because it doesn't look very strong. But it has a role to play, which is nice. And you can sacrifice this to some effect, and it's not going to be embarrassing. It's kind of expensive to get back though. Ripples of Undeath, 1 and a black for an enchantment. At the beginning of your pre-combat main phase, mill 3 cards, then you may pay 1 and 3 life. If you do, put a card from among those cards into your hand. So that doesn't work the turn you play it, but you're having a draw engine that costs you 3 life and a mana. Skeptical about that card. I remember Call Call of the Ring from Lord of the Rings wasn't even that good, and that card was way better because you didn't have to spend any mana, you got also ring tempting. Here, it helps you with milling, but if you get in the card back, it's only 2. I think we have another mediocre card here on our hands. I'm gonna give it a D. Scurrilous Sentry. 3 in a black for a 2/3 menace. When it enters the battlefield or attacks, it connives. Okay, seems fine. It's also helps with any mill or graveyard shenanigans. Menace means it's easier to attack and get a trigger. I think it's another C. It's a card I'm gonna also pick a little higher if I got some synergies with it, like maybe drawing helps with the draw free. It helps with graveyard and stuff like that. Shilgengar, Sir of Famine. 3 black for a 6/6 flyer. I hope there's some downside here. We're probably going to be all upside. Sacrifice another creature, create a blood token. If you sacrifice an angel this way, create a number of blood tokens equal to its toughness instead. Okay, that doesn't seem very good. But it is a free sack outlet. So if you have like the Reef Worm, that's nice. You can also play 3 Ores of Hybrid. So that can be played in mono black or in Orzhov. Probably not in mono white, because this is a black card. Sacrifice 6 blood tokens, return each creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with finality controls. This creatures are vampires in addition to other types. So I think I'm also going to rate this as a 5 mana 6/6 flyer. The extra text is nice. It's definitely gravy. I don't think the last ability is going to happen too much, because for you to have 6 blood tokens, you need to have sacrificed 6 creatures or a bunch of expensive angels. I mean, it probably is at its best in black-white, because you have some angels, and it's easier to pay the hybrid. But, I mean, how good is a 5 mana 6/6 flyer? It's awesome. I think it's a B+. I think my final grade is going to be a B+. I think it's mostly a 5 mana 6/6 flyer with some extra upside. If I'm blue-black with some Reef Worms, it can be even better. But I wouldn't hang up too much on the activated ability. Just play it as a 5 mana 6/6 flyer, and that's very good. Gets around most removal. Sorin of House Markov. 1 black for 1/4 lifelink extort. I don't need to read more, this is already awesome. I remember there was a 2 mana 2/2 with extort that was great, and this is better. I'd much rather have a 1/4. Heck, there was even a 3 mana 1/4 defender with extort that was good. But at the beginning of your post-combat main phase, if you gain 3 or more life this turn, you exile this card. This was not a May, actually. You exile this card and return it to the battle to transform. Again, I don't need much here. It still has extort, so first planeswalker with extort, probably. +2, create a food token. That's okay. It also helps you gain life. -1, it is damage equal to the amount of life you gain this turn to any target. Okay, so that works with the +2. You +2 get a food, crack the food, gain 3, and then you kill a 3-power craftless creature. -6, gain control of target creature, becomes a vampire in addition. Put a lifelink counter on it if you control a white permanent other than this creature. Sorry. Yeah, this is awesome. I think it's an A-. I'm only gonna give it an A- because if top deck later in the game, it's gonna be not that impactful. You may not be able to gain 3 life. But on turn 2, it's absurd. I just can't. For those of you who haven't played Gate Crush, Extort is just awesome. It's a fantastic ability. Like the Boa Constrictor that hurts your opponent. And it's a 1 for life linker for 2. That's already 6. So A- for that card. The Creation of Avacyn. We have a Saga, 1 black. 3 chapters. First is search low for a card, exile it face down and shuffle. So it's gonna be an exile. Turn the exile hard face up. If it's a creature card, you lose life equal to its mana value. Still can't play it. But the third chapter is that you can put the exile card on the battlefield if it's a creature, otherwise you put it in your hand. I don't think this card is good, because if it's a demonic tutor that takes 3 turns for you to get the card. And I remember Profane Tutor being fine, but it was nothing amazing. And this one, if you want a demonic tutor for a creature, you have to lose a lot of life. And the funny thing is that if you reach the 3rd chapter, there are spots where you could have just cast a creature and you didn't have to put it into play for free and lose a bunch of life. So I think this card is bad. If I got a sick non-creature bomb, it gets a little better, like maybe the next card. I think I'm mostly going to stay away from this card. I'm going to give it a D. I don't think it's good. Because putting on the battlefield is nice, but you also have to lose a lot of life, and you have to wait 3 turns for this card to do anything to the battlefield. And that's just not acceptable, I don't think. Toxic Deluge, a sweet card here. 2 and a black for a sorcery, and additional cost is pay X life. All creatures gets -X until end of turn. So it's a sweeper in a much better color than a white one. Black usually have a better way to use sweep. It's also you can save your large creature. Maybe you have like a Sorin, you can give -3. It is hurtful to pay life, but on the flip side, it's modal because you can sometimes save your big creatures. And it's especially awesome against an aggressive deck if you can just kill all their small stuff, keep yours. I'm gonna give Toxic Deluge a B+. It is painful to pay life though. You can't understate that. Because in Limited, almost every matchup your life total is relevant. It's not like in Constructor, where in some matchups your life total doesn't matter. Victimize, classic card here, 2 and a black for a sorcerer. You choose 2 target creature cards in your graveyard, you sacrifice a creature and get them back. And this is not a non-token clause. This can be a fantastic card if you have the right deck for it. You need ways to put cards in your graveyard, and you kind of want some good ones. If you got expendable creatures, even better. I think in black-white, Victimize is a B+. And in a regular black deck, it's probably never going to be that bad. I just think you're going to find some spot for it. The tricky spot is getting 2 creatures in your graveyard. Because you actually have to choose 2. You can't just choose 1, which is a little awkward. But in a black-white dedicated deck, I think it's a B+. It's just so absurd to put 2 creatures into play. Next, we have Voran Soul Trader. It's probably a goblin then. 2 and a black for a 3/3. You can pay 1 life, sacrifice another creature, create a treasure. So again, another free sacrifice. So if I got Reef Worm, I probably want this card. I don't think it's anything special though. Sacrifice a creature is a huge cost. So this is probably more like a constructed card, but it is a 3 mana 3/3 with small upside. I'm gonna give it a C. But if I have Reef Worm, then you can go off. You can play Reef Worm. You can get 4 treasures and a 9/9. And that's pretty sick. Next is Wither and Bloom. 1 and black for an instant. Target creature gets -3/-3. So it's like a last gasp. Perfectly acceptable. You can exile this card from your graveyard, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature control. Activates only as a sorcerer. That helps with modify. It's just a fine card. I think it's a C+. I think Last Gasp has again been power crept down to like a C level. And the exiling from the guard is nice, but the fact that it's a sorcerer is a little awkward. So I'm gonna give it a C+, though. I think it's nice. Wormcoil Larva. 3 black for a 3/3 Death Touch lifelink. And with dice you get a 1/2 with Death Touch and a 2/1 with lifelink. So it's like a mini Wormcoil. So obviously it's worse than Wormcoil because Wormcoil was colorless and it was a 6/6 created 3/3. But I still think it's decent. And a 1/2 Death Touch is not that much worse than a 3/3 Death Touch. It is worse, but it still has Death Touch and does its thing. It's an artifact, which is nice. I'm gonna give it a B-. I think that it's gonna be a good card. It's just so awkward to trade for this. And the fact that it has lifelink means that it's also, if your opponent has flyers, you can start attacking with this, and your opponent has to take a 3-point life swing every turn or trade for it, and then you're getting some annoying things. So B- for that card. Alrighty, red. We have a card named after a set. Aerial Revolt. 2 red. Revolt. As long as a permanent you control left the battlefield this turn, if a source you control deal non-combat damage to a opponent or permanent you opponents control, this is as much damage +2. And whenever you get 1 or more energy, it deals that much damage to any target. So in an energy deck, this seems very good. And if not, it's less good because Revolt is not that good because sometimes Revolt will trigger post-combat and then the ability may not do anything. But if you have some sacrifice outlet, you can do some good stuff early. It's a hard card to evaluate. I think in an energy deck, it's going to be awesome. If you're getting a burn every time you get some energy, it's going to be absurd. So I'm going to give it a builder an A-. And if I don't have energy, I don't think it's very good because of the way Revolt works. The Revolt often happens post-combat after a trade or something. But yeah, maybe you can do some stuff with sacrifice as well. Interesting card. Amped Raptor, 1 red, 2 on first strike, so already a fine card. With then spell you get 2, and then if you cast it from your hand, exile cards from the top of your library until you exile an online card. You may cast this card by paying an amount of energy equal to its mana value red, then paying its mana cost. So if you're not spending the energy, you just exile it and you get nothing. This is the way I read this card. You don't put it into your hand. But I like this card. A 2 on first strike that gives me 2 energy, just a solid card. I would always play that card in any deck that's like a B minus. But then sometimes if you draw this a little later in the game, you may even get a cascade out of this card. Let's say you have 3 other energy, but then you can play like a 4-drop. And also sometimes when you cast this on turn 2, you may hit another 2-drop. And you have to still pay. You may cast that card. Oh, you still have to pay the mana. Okay, never mind. But I still like the card, and sometimes you bargain having the mana later in the game. I'm gonna give it a B. I think it's a great card though. Even if you can't use the ability, it's still a 2 on first strike that gives you 2 energy. That's like Elder Chaser. Ashling Flame Dancer. 2 red, red, 4/4. You don't lose unspent red mana steps and phases end. So if you cast this card, you can float your red and keep it. Magecraft. I hope not all red cards have this much text. I'm getting exhausted here. Magecraft. Whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, discard a card and draw a card. If it's the second time this ability has resolved this turn, it deals 2 damage each upon each creature you control. If it's the third time, add 4 red mana. Seems good. I mean, it's a spell payoff that you can also stockpile mana to cast a big spell. And I think in a deck that has a lot of instant sorceries, we are looking at a B+. Otherwise, we are probably looking at like a B-. I don't think a 4/4/4 that lets you keep your mana is going to be that good. Because you're usually just going to cast the cards you have and not stockpile mana. But it could be better than I think it is. Oh boy, Cursed Mirror. 2 red artifact, taps to add red. So that's not a great start, because I usually don't wanna... I want this type of mana rocks to be colorless usually. But as it ends the battle, you may have it become a copy of any creature on the battlefield until the end of turn, except it has haste. So you can copy a creature for 1 turn. So you can attack with it, and maybe... I'm not sure it can get the constant play effects. Oh yeah, it does, okay. I don't think this card is very good. Maybe it can be decent. It's basically a mana rock that you attack for 1 turn and maybe steal a constant play effect. I think it's a D. I don't want 2 in a red artifact that taps for red. But oh boy, so much text here. Detective's Phoenix. 2 in red for 2/2, flying haste. It has bestow air red, collect evidence 6. You have to exile cards with 6. Enchant creature +2/+2 and us flying in haste. And you may cast it from your graveyard by using its bestow ability. So I think you're mostly gonna cast this on turn 3, attack, and then maybe it dies, maybe you trade it, and then you get this good aura late. Because later in the game also there's gonna be enough to collect evidence. It's not also like collect evidence in Murders of Colorless. You're not gonna have other collect evidence cards to fight with this card. I think it's an A level card. I think if you're aggressive, it's an A. It's just gonna be a very good card. You play it early. And a 2/2 flying haste for 3 is just a very good card and already. And then if it dies, it comes back to pump something up. Even for 3. Yeah. And then the creature that bestows this falls back to being a 2/2. Eldrazi Linebreaker. 1 and a waste red, 3 if you avoid tramples. You have to pay colorless and red. That's kind of problematic. At the beginning of combat of your turn, target creature you control gains haste and gets +X+O until the end of turn with X is number of Eldrazi you control. So it's going to be at least 1. So is it worth it? It probably is, but I would have to be really reliably casting this on turn 3 for me to want it, because it's falls off later in the game. I think in a Eldrazi deck it can be decent. I just thought that Eldrazi would mostly be blue-black, but maybe I'm wrong. But I think it's a B though. I think that if you got other Eldrazi's, the ability is kind of sick. You can also pump itself, and with trample that's threatening. Fanged Flames, 1 on a red devoid sorcery. It is 4 damage to a creature planeswalker. If that creature planeswalker would die this turn, exile it instead. So it's like a lava coil, except it's colorless. Yeah, that's a good card. It's common this time. I think it's a B-. I think that these cards are sick. It's much better than -3/-3, I think, even though it's a sorcery, just because of the exile and the extra thing you can kill. Also can't Hydro Blast. Flare of Duplication, the red free spell. 1 red instant. You may sacrifice a non-token red creature rather than pay this spell's mana cost. Copy target instant or sorcery spell. You may choose new targets. I think this is an F. Maybe if you got some absurd instant or sorcery, you can cast this for free in the same turn. But mostly, 3 mana copy something is not worth it. Yes, you can copy your opponent's stuff, but that's always unreliable. I think it's a D-, not a very good card. Fledgling Dragon, a reprint, now uncommon. 2 red for 2/2 flyer. Threshold, it gets +3/+3 and has red +1/+0. I don't think red is necessarily a card that puts cards in your graveyard that heavily. But maybe if you're black-red, it can be good. I think most of these cards are not very good because as long as you don't have Threshold, it's just such a bad card. I mean, a 4 mana 2/2 flyer is not worth it. Yeah, it becomes absurd once you get Threshold, but I don't think you can get there reliably enough. So I'm gonna give Fledgling Dragon a D. And maybe there is some self-mill deck, red-black, that can be good in. But I didn't think I saw that much mill in red-black either. Frogmere Enforcer, red for a prototype card. So it's like a kicker card in some sense. So either it's a 7 mana 4/4 affinity for artifacts, so it's like a Mirror Enforcer. Or it's a 3 and a red for a 2/2, but that also has affinity for artifacts. Mirror Force is not that good in set, but if you're black-red artifact, you probably will play it because it gets cheaper and also triggers all your other stuff. So in that type of deck, it probably is a C+. Otherwise an F. Furnace Hellcat, another artifact creature here. 5 red, 5/5 affinity for art. So black-red is definitely the artifact for us. The Kappa Cannoneer kind of threw me off. Maybe you can splash Kappa Cannoneer. 5 red and affinity for artifacts, has flying, and it can pay red and give it +4/+7. So this can never be cheaper than red, but still, it's threatening. And in a red-black artifact deck, again, I think I would give it about a C+. But the problem is that if this costs 5, it's solid. If this costs 6, it's not that good. I'm not too excited about a 6 mana 5/5 flyer. If this costs 4, the thing is you're probably not going to cost anything else in that turn anyway. Galvanic Discharge, red, instant. Choose target creature planeswalkers, you get free energy, and then you pay any amount of energy and deals that much damage to that permanent. So is this just Harnessed Lightning except better? Yeah. So this is Harnessed Lightning, which was a good limited card. And this is 1 mana cheaper, and it's a calm. Am I missing something here? No? Yeah, I think we have another B- here. A common B-. I mean, Harnessed Lightning was sick, and this is just better. It's a red mana deal free to a creature, at least. And you can pay more energy, or you can pay less and keep energy. Am I missing something here? Wow, can't believe they printed that card. Well, I guess it's been a long time since Kaladesh. Yeah, B-, almost B in an energy deck. Because a card that was 1 mana more was great. Ghost Fire Slice, 2 and a red for an instant. Devoid, it costs 2 less to cast if an opponent controls a multicolored permanent. It is 4 damage to any target. Wow, so 3 mana deal 4 to any target. So I'm already sold. It's a Char without downside. And it can even cost less if your opponent has a multicolored permanent. We have another. We have a B here, I think. The fact that it goes face is just you. You may think, I'm not gonna. How often is my opponent at 4 life? But it's the flexibility. It's a removal spell when you want it. But then later in the game, this card can become your game plan. That's why these cards are so sick. Because you may think that even if this just hits your opponent 10% of the time, those 10% of the time maybe just be you winning the game. Sometimes you're going to get your opponent down to 4 and you have like 2 of these in your deck and you're just going to knock the top of your deck. And it's going to give you outs you never had otherwise. So the fact that this goes face is huge. I'm going to give it a B just because of that. You're not paying any price either. Glimpse the impossible. 2 and a red for a sorcerer. You exile the top 3 cards of your library. You may play those cards this turn, and that includes lands. At the beginning of your next end step, if any of those cards remain exiled, put them into your graveyard and create a 0/1 Eldrazi. And that's the beginning of the next end step, so you have to play them this turn. And that's going to be hard if you're casting a 3-mana sorcerer. But you're getting a rebate with Eldrazi Spawn. I mostly think this card is bad. It's probably not going to be good until turn 6. And you're probably just going to be able to cast 1 spell. You're also getting rebated some spawns, but how much are they even going to do? I think it's a D, pretty bad, honestly. Infernal Captor, 3 and a red for a 3/3 exploit, and when it exploits a creature, exploit is that you have to sacrifice a creature. You can sacrifice this to itself, by the way. When it exploits a creature, gain control target artifact or creature at the end of turn, untap that permanent against haste. So you see, if you got 2 of these, you can play one, steal something, and then you can play the other one, sacrifice to that creature. So it's like an act of treason that gives you a rebate of having a 4-mana 3/3. It can be good sometimes. I mean, in a sack deck is probably great, but I think it's a C-. It can be a C+ in a black-red sacrifice deck, but it looks like black-red's gonna mostly be a artifact deck. And I don't know how much room you have for that. Inventor's Axe, red mana equipment. Flash, you get 2 energy, and you can attach it to a creature you control. It gets +2/+0, equip, pay 2 energy. So you can't equip this if you got no energy. That's a little awkward, but it does give you energy. This seems like a sort of like a glue card, but the problem is that it plays a lot of... It's an artifact for the artifact deck, and it's an energy payoff, but it doesn't necessarily work with both. But if you got both payups, I think you want to play this. I don't think it's necessarily good enough if you're only artifacts or only energy, but if you are both, it can be a role play. So I'm gonna give this a glue C+ in a red artifact deck that wants energy. Lylia the Bladeful, this is a good card. 2 and a red for 2/2 haste. When it exiles, you exile the top card of your library and play that card this turn. Whenever one or more cards are put into exile from your library and or your graveyard, put a counter on it. So even if you can't play the card, you're still getting the counter. If you exile stuff from other effects, you're still getting counters, and it can be a draw engine. If you cast this on turn 3, you're gonna run away with the game most of the time. I'm gonna give it a B+. Again, just get to the A range, because sometimes you're not gonna have a clean attack with this, and then it's not gonna do very much. But you can always cast this in for a card. Let's say it's late in the game, you're desperate. You can just attack with this and get a free card from the top of your deck, even if this dies. Meltdown, this is probably gonna be less of a sideboard card than you may think. So it's X and the red sorcery, so each artifact with mana value X or less. So normally this would be an F, but there is an artifact deck in this. The only thing is that it is red. But maybe you're playing a red deck that doesn't have artifacts. Maybe you're playing blue-red energy. If you sign this card in against a black-red deck, could be sick. So this is mostly an F, but it could be a sideboard A if you're playing as a black-red artifact deck and you're not playing any artifacts, or very few of them. Because if you cast this for like X = 4, you might just plague win your opponent. So narrow card, but it's not a complete 0. Meteoric Maze, 4 red for an equipment. Equip gets +4 and has trample. Equip 4 has cascade. Skeptical about this card just because yes, it has cascade, but 6 mana for an equipment that gives +4/+0 and has equip 4 is just not good. If this attached when it came into play, I would be more into it. But I don't like a 6 mana cascade card just because you may not hit the... You may think, oh, I'm gonna hit a 5-drop and it's fine, but you may hit like a 1-drop or a 2-drop. And then it's just a disaster because yes, you kind of up a card, except that this isn't much of a card. So I think I'm gonna give Meteoric Maze a D. But I could be wrong, but it just looks too clunky on the front side. 6 mana plus equip 4, you know. Mog Mob, red for a 3/3. Sacrifice Mog Mob, it is 3 damage divided as you choose among 1, 2, or 3 targets. So this is only playable in mono red, and it's not even that good. Because its damage doesn't stack anymore, not for a long time. So a 3 mana 3/3 that Arc Lightnings is fine, but it's hard to get this to do attacking or blocking and still do the thing. So if you're mono red somehow, I will play it. I think it's a C plus then, but most it's an F because the mana isn't worth it for this card. Molten Gatekeeper, 2 red for a 2/3 artifact creature. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, Molten Gatekeeper is 1 damage to each opponent, unnerves for a red. Sure, it seems decent in an artifact deck because it's a good type. It starts pinging, and you can unnerve it back, and maybe you can even unnerve it back in a turn where you can help this affinity out something with the help of the card. So also late in the game you can unnerve it, play some other stuff, get some pings, and then attack. So it seems like a C in an artifact deck. Seems like a role player. Party Treasure, 1 red for a 1/4. So good stats, but a little defensive. Non-creature spells you cast from exile has Convoke. Okay, I guess that works with well, it works with the second ability. At the beginning of your pre-combat main phase, you may discard a card. If you do, exile the top 2 cards of your library and choose one of them, you may play that card this turn. So that doesn't happen the turn it comes into play, but the turn after. So that lets you select cards, and it even becomes cheaper. So it seems like a good card. I would play it in all red decks. It seems like a B. Next is Phyrexian Ironworks, 2 and a red for an artifact. Whenever you attack, you get an energy. You can tap, pay 3 energy, create a 3/3 colorless, but only as a sorcerer. But it is an artifact and it creates energy. It's again a card that's great if you're doing both things. If you're only doing the artifact thing, it's not good. If you're only doing the energy thing, I think it's a little too slow. Though maybe you're aggressive energy. I think if I'm both, I'm gonna give it a B minus, otherwise I'm gonna give it a D. It just seems like you need to be both to play that card. But you could be. Okay, we have a red land here. That's a flip card. 3 red for a 2/2 prowess. When it enters the battlefield, return target instant sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand. Nice. And it's a mountain. You can pay 3 life. Comes into play untapped. Otherwise, comes into play tapped. But a 5 mana 2 to get a spell back with prowess seems like a decent card. There was like a 5 mana 3/3 that did that from like a core set, and that card was very good. This one is less good, but it has the ability to be a land, so it looks like a B to me. It seems like a great card for a red deck. Power Balance is like a version of Counterbalance. Enchantment red. When an opponent casts a spell, you may reveal a top card of your library. If you do, you may cast that card without paying its mana cost if the 2 spells have the same mana value. So there is no Senseless Divining Top in this set. And if you play this on turn 2, if you're getting 1 card off of this, you're probably ahead because you might get something that costs less than 2. But you do have to wait for it. If you're getting 2 cards, it's your up cards and up mana. The problem is that it's such a random effect, you know. It's so unreliable. How is this gonna hit? It's gonna take a lot for you to have the exact same mana value as your opponent. I think it may happen with 3s, with 4s. It's a weird card. It could actually be very good or it could be bad. I don't know. I remember a blind counterbalance was not good in limited. But I'm gonna start low. I think it's a D. But I can see maybe there's a matchup where you and your opponent has a lot of similar casting costs. And if you hit 1 card, it's fine. If you hit 2, you are ahead. So I'm gonna start D, but it could also be like a B level card. I don't know. We have a Saga here, Rallen Implicit Maze, 3 red for a Saga. First is this 2 damage to each creature and each planeswalker your opponent controls. So that's nice. It's like a Marsh Casualties type card for those of you who know that card. It's not gonna kill everything, but it's gonna kill some stuff. The second is you may discard a card. If you do exile the top 2 cards, you may play them. So you are up a card if you can play both. At the very least, you get some selection. Probably have a land in your hand. The third chapter is create a Spellgauger Weird token. That's a 2 and a red 2/2 that grows every time you cast a non-creature. But you don't have to cast it. I think this card is good. I think that I only need to kill 1 thing with the first ability for this card to be good. Because if I'm killing 1 thing, then I'm getting 3 cards worth of value back. Basically. you have to discard a card, but you're usually discarding a dead card and you're getting 2 cards. And then the third chapter is a real card, I think. So I think this card is a B. I think it's a good card. I think I would always play it as long as I could. And sometimes you're gonna pick up more than one thing of the first chapter, and then it's sick. All right, we have a red version of the flip planeswalker here. Ral Monsoon Mage, 1 red for 1/3. Instant sorcery spells you cast cost 1 less to cost. So it's like a Goblin Electromancer. It's that's easier to cast and has can survive more removals, so that's nice. I mean, Goblin Electromancer is a pretty good card in Limited. Whenever you cast an instant sorcery spell during your turn, flip a coin. If you lose the flip, it is 1 damage you. If the winner flip, you may exile it and return it flipped. So that seems kind of easy to do. As long as you have some spells, you can like flip this card. And this also makes spells cheaper, so you can even get away with some expensive cards. And you're 50-50 to flip. And 1 damage isn't that much. And it flips into a planeswalk with 2 loyalty. And it ends the battlefield with an additional loyalty turns for each instant source spell cast. So it's probably going to be at least 3 starting loyalty there. +1 until your next turn, instant source spell costs 1 less to cast. Yeah, that's not so exciting. I was already having that, so I'm just getting what I already had. -2, it is 2 damage divided that you choose among 1 or 2 targets. Draw a card if you control a blue permanent other than Ral. Alright, that's nice. I mean, I'm not going to kill the biggest things, but I might get a card in red-blue. And then -8 is probably not going to happen. Exile the top 8 cards of your library, you may cast instant source spells from among them this turn without paying the mana cost. Alright, this is fine. This is probably the least impressive of these flip cards I've seen so far. The front card, the other cards had absurd front size and back size. This is fine. I think this is about a B-. I think that if you are a heavy spell, you can maybe get it up to B. But this seems less impressive than the other ones on almost every front. It's also you also have a chance of not flipping this when you want to. So it's worse in almost all cases. But not a bad card, of course. Reckless Pyro Surfer, 1 red for 2/2 haste, so that's already decent. And landfall, it gains battle currently every turn. That means that when this attacks, each other attacking creature gets +1/+1 land of turn. This is a good card, but it seems a little out of place because in red we have artifacts and energy, and this is just a random aggressive cards. We also have some spells payoff. So while this card is probably good, it seems a little off place. But a 2/2 haste battle cry is a solid card. I will give it a C+. I just is thinking that I may pass this card more often than not, just because it doesn't seem to work that well with my other cards. Next is Reiterating Bolt, 1 red. It is 3 damage to target creature or planeswalker, but it has replicate pay 3 energy and then you get to copy it. I think in an energy deck this is very good, because if you can cast this for 2 things, kill 2 things, that's sick. You have to spend a resource, but it's probably worth it in this case. And you can also sometimes kill a 5 toughness thing, because you can target the same thing and pay 3 energy. I think this is mostly gonna be, in a non-energy deck, it's gonna be worse than the 2 mana deal 4, of course. So then it's like a C. I think a sorcery speed deal 3 to anything is a C these days. And in an energy deck is probably like a B, though, because it just seems like sometimes killing 2 things is gonna be absurd. And you may get to kill 3 things sometimes. It's not gonna happen often, but the possibility is there. Sarpadian Simulacrum, red for a 1/1 haste. You can pay 3 in a red, sacrifice this 4 damage to target creature. Alright, if I'm artifacts, I probably want it. Isn't artifacts that's cheap early, gets in for some damage, makes my affinity cards cheaper, and then late in game you can cash it in to kill something. Seems like a C in an artifact deck, and kind of clunky otherwise. Because 4 mana deal 4 that's face up on the table is not that good. It's like a C-. Next is Siege Smash, 1 red instant split second. Haven't seen that in a while. That means your opponent can't respond to it, can't counter it, do anything, except flip up morphs. You choose one, you restore an artifact or target creature gets +3/+2 against trample until end of turn. I mean, that's kind of nice. I mean, +3/+2 split second can blow your opponent out sometimes. Your opponent may have a burn spell, but after this resolved, which it will, the burn spell isn't enough to kill. And the store an artifact can be decent. I think it's mostly a D+, though I think that 2 mana +3/+2 is a little too expensive. And here we have a random Devoid card in the middle of everything in red. Skittering Precursor, 2 and a red for a 3/2. It has Devoid and Menace, and you can whenever you sacrifice a non-token permanent, you get a 0/1 spawn. Weird, it seems a little out of place, but maybe there is a black-red deck. But that deck doesn't care about Menace, doesn't care about Colorless. 3 mana, 3/3 Menace that sometimes gives you some spawn, seems like a good card. I would give it a C+. I just think it's a little out of place here. Skua Embermage, 4 red for a 4/4. When it ends battle, is 4 damage to any target. Wow, so it's a 2-for-1, or it can even go face as well. That's powerful, man. Grandeur. What? This is a common that's legendary. What the heck? So you have to discard another card and you sacrifice 2 mountains. It is 4 damage to any target. So this has to be in play for that to be happening. But if you got a bunch of these, maybe you have a plan to burn your opponent out. You play this, deal 4 to your opponent, and then you're just going to discard excess copies to deal 4. The thing is, you could have just casted the copy. But I think this is solid. I think it's a C+. It's a threatening card. It's expensive, but it's 2-for-1, or you can go face. And it has some application if you draw multiple expensive cards. Sometimes you can play this on turn 6. Deal 4 to your opponent, and immediately discard another card, sack 2 mountains, and deal 4. You can kill your opponent from 8. So this could be like a game plan. I'm going to give it a C+, and it's kind of interesting that it's a common. It would be hard to get Grandeur to work without the common, though. Smelted Chargebug, 1 red for a 1/3 Menace. When it ends, if you get 2 energy, and when it attacks, you can pay an energy. If you do another target attack, creature +1/+0 against Menace. And it seems like a low end of the payoffs. 1 power Menace that pumps other things doesn't seem exciting. It is an artifact that gives energy. So maybe it's a glue card, but I'm not too excited. I'm going to give it a C-. Maybe if you need both, it could be a C though. Spawn Gang Commander, 3 red for a 2/2 Devoid. And when you cast this spell, you get 3/01. So even if they counter it, you still get it. And they can sacrifice for Colorless. You can pay 1 and a waste mana. Second Eldrazi and deals 2 damage to any target. It seems good because the spawns can also, if you don't have any other ways to get colorless mana, the spawns can help you with that. You are only left with 2 then, but a 2/2 that gets 3/01s is always a powerful effect, even if you can't use them, because you have a lot of chump blockers. You have the ability to chump throw this. If you can reanimate it, bounce it, you're getting more stuff. This seems like a B. It just seems like an incredibly annoying card to play against. Even if you're aggressive and beating your opponent down, suddenly you're staring down at a lot of chumpers with the possibilities of throwing themselves. Maybe you have a waste mana too. Seems like a good card. Not as good as Siege Gang, because that one created 1/1s and you could sacrifice without Colorless, but still. We have another land here, Sundering Eruption, 2 and a red. Destroy target land. Is controlled with such a level for basic land, put into play. Tap, shuffle. Creature without flying can't block this turn. It was good that it had a last takes, otherwise it would be bad. So I don't care about destroying a land, but it is nice that it can be like a falter. So it's a falter on a land. And that's kind of nice because what you want out of these cards with lands is a unique effect. It's almost more boring if there are 2/2s for 2. I'm gonna give this a C+. I just think it's one of the weaker ones, but when it's good, it's really good, and it's on a land, so it's kind of nice. Also like the flavor. Thriving Skyclaw, 2 red for a 3/2 flyer, gets 3 energy. Whenever you attack, you may pay 3 energy, you get a counter on it. So it is clunky, it takes a little time to get going, but it does attack as a 4/3 flyer. It gives you energy to spend. Seems like in an energy deck, I would probably want to play this. About at least one. I think it's a C. The problem with this card is that it gets sniped off with 2 damage burn spells, and then it was kind of expensive. But it does attack as a 4/3, but it doesn't block the turn it comes into play as a 4/3 though. So I think it's a C though. Unstable Amulet, 1 red for a artifact. When it enters the battlefield, you get 2 energy. When you cast spell from anywhere other than your hand, it is 1 damage to your opponent. There were some cards that exile cards. And you can tap it, pay 2 energy, exile a top card, allow you to play it until you exile another card with unstable amulet. So you don't even have to play it this turn. You can wait if it's not good. But you can play lands. I think this card is fine. It spots you a rebate. That's also pretty reliable. And in an energy deck, I think this is a decent card to play. The only problem with this card is you play this, get the energy, you spend the energy on the other stuff. This doesn't do anything. So unlike the other, some of the other creatures are still creatures. This is just an artifact at that point. So I think it's in an energy deck, it's a C. It can be pretty nice though if you're playing other energy cards, you trade them off, and then you're left with this and like 6 energy. It can start destroying your card. That's nice. Void Pouncer, 1 red for 3/1 Devoid. It has kicker 2 and a colorless mana. Have to spend waste mana. If it was kicked, it ends with 2 counters and get trample and haste. So it's like a Skissix, for those who remember it. So it's either a 2 mana 3/1 or a 5 mana 5/3 trample haste. None of which seems very exciting to me. I think it's a D+. I think that it's hard to get the thing to work. It doesn't really work with any of the... It's not an artifact, doesn't give energy. It's just a somewhat flexible dork, but I give it a D+. Wheel of Potential, 2 and a red sorcery. You get 3 energy, then you may pay X energy. Each player may exile their hand and draw X cards. If X is 7 or more, you may place your own exile this way until the end of your next turn. Seems bad. I mean, it's a Wheel of Fortune that you have to spend energy if you want the whole thing. If you're only spending 3, you're only getting do it for free. So you need to spend a lot of energy for this. But your opponent also gets to do the thing. Yeah, you can get to cast the cards you already had in your hand, but that's usually only good when you're late game. So I think I'm going to give this an F, unfortunately. Alright, we have green. Annoyed Altisar, 5 green for a 6/5 reach trample cascade. So I like this way more than the equipment because this is a body when it comes into play, and it has reach. It's a natural 2 for 1. There's a bit of randomness here. If you're hitting something like a 1 or 2 drop, it's not great. If you're hitting like a 5 drop, it's awesome. And it's not overcosted by that much. It's like overcosted by 1 or 2 mana. These days we have Carcarantula, which was often a 5 mana 6/5 trample. But anyway, I like the card. I think it's a B-. I think it's a 2 for 1 that also isn't that overcosted as a lot of Cascade cards are. Basking Broodscale, 1 green for 2/2, Devoid, adapt 1 for 1 and a green. And whenever one or more counts are put on this, you get a 1/1 spawn. Seems decent. I mean, a 2/2 for 2 is not great, but you can pump it up, get a spawn. 4 mana for a 3/3 plus an 0/1 spawn is a lot worse than Costlex Predator, but this also, you can pay it in installments, and you can maybe put a counter on it from other stuff. Seems like a C. I'm gonna go C- just because it's Fallen Horizons. Things are more powerful these days, and it seems a little underpowered, but it's fine. It's a C-. Birthing Ritual, 1 green for enchantment. At the beginning of your end step, if you control a creature, look at the top 7 cards of your library, then you may sacrifice a creature. If you do, you may put a creature card with mana value X or less from among those cards on the battlefield. Where X is 1 plus the sacrifice creature's mana value. So it's a birthing pod that you have to do at your end step. So unlike Birthing Pod, you have no control, you have to do it immediately. So Birthing Pod was kind of cool in Limited, if I remember correctly, but you had to build around it. What you had to do with Birthing Pod was to build a chain. So you wanted a good 3-drop with enter battlefield, then you wanted a 4-drop with enter the battlefield, and then you can probably just get away with good stuff. But you can't have holes in your chain. And the problem is you're not always gonna draw this card. Also, unlike Birthing Pod, you can't search your entire deck, you have to look at the top 7. So there is some chance of whiffing. I think this is a build around. What I want with this card is a smooth curve that goes from like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and with enter the battlefield effects. Because if you're getting a 4 and then immediately sacrificing it, it's a little slow. You're not really getting anywhere. But I think it's a build around B. In a right deck, it can be pretty sweet. Especially if you get constant play effects. Because if you're getting constant play effect, then you're getting ahead. You're getting up the curve, you still get to keep the ETB. But yeah. Branching Evolution. 200 green for enchantment. If one or more +1/+1 put on a creature you control, twice that money +1/+1 can put on that creature instead. So it's like a hardened scale that's 2 mana more. And hardened scale wasn't that good in limited. And this might have a home. I mean, it works with adapt, sort of. You're not getting double triggers, but you get double counters. It could be decent in green-white. I think I'm mostly gonna give this an F, but in a right, maybe green-white deck with a lot of counters, it can do some work. Just remember harder scale being bad in limited. It is nice though. I guess it's more if you're putting 2 counters, you're getting 4, whereas with hardened scale, you're only getting 3. So it gets a bigger payoff. The only question is that payoff even worth it to add it to man? Because with hardened scale, you can cast it turn 1, and then this we have to take turn 3 off. Alright, we have a green land here. It's a green land that comes to be tapped unless you pay 3 life. 2 green sorcery, target creature you control get +2/+2 until end of turn. It fights up to 1 target creature you don't control. Wow, I would almost like this card even without being a land. It's like a I don't remember the name, but it's like an epic confrontation that's better. So I'm gonna give this a B. I just think it's a fantastic card. Having like a green removal on the land is just awesome. You know, green doesn't get this good removal all the time, and here it's on the land as well. Collective Resistance, 1 green for an instant, escalate green, so you can get all 3 if you pay 4. This is not like Spree, you get 1. You spotted 1 without even paying anything extra. You can discard an artifact and enchantment, target creature get hexproof and indestructible until the end of turn. Seems like a decent card. It solves a lot of situations. Hard to have a game where none of the modes are good. And you do have to work a little bit to get both modes. Like your opponent needs to have an artifact and enchantment play, and it also has to line up with you protecting your creature. But when you do, it's pretty good. I'm gonna give this a C+. I'm not gonna go higher because it's hard to get the thing to do a 2-for-1 like you want it to. And at the end of the day, it is mostly doing sideboard things. But I will probably main deck this card. Colossal Dreadmask, 4 green for a living weapon. Equipped creature gets +6/+6 as stamp. So it's like a Colossal Dreadmaw, but when you're tired of your Colossal Dreadmaw, or if it dies, more likely, you can pay 5 and give something trample. I like this card. I think that Colossal Dreadmaw, one of the problems with it is that it just dies to a murder, or your opponent double blocks it. But then you have this super threatening equipment. I mean, +6/+6 and trample on anything is just gonna be awesome. So I think I'm looking at a C here. I mean, Colossal Dreadmaw in a Modern Horizon set would be a D, I think. I just don't think Colossal Dreadmaw is that good, especially in a Modern Horizon set. But adding the equip when this thing dies is gonna bump this up to a C. And if there is a way to blink this after the Dreadmaw dies, you're getting the 6/6 back immediately without paying 5. Another land here, or a creature land. Disciple of Freyalis, 3 green GE for a 3/3. When it ends the battlefield, you may sacrifice another creature. If you do, you gain X life and draw X card with X is that creature's power, and it's a land. Great card. I remember there was a similar card. I think it was Disciple of Bolas. It was a black card that did this, but that was, I think, converted mana cost. This one is like better and worse in different spots, but I like it. I mean, if you sack, especially if your opponent puts a pacifism, the white pacifism on a creature, like a 4/4, sacking that, drawing 4 cards and gaining life is just great. Life gain plus card was like best buddies. I'm gonna give this a B. I just think it's a great card. And again, I liked when the lands are somewhat expensive and flashy on the other side, because then you know in what spots the both versions are good. Eladamri Korvekdal. 1 GG for a 3/3. You may look at the top card of your library anytime. You may cast creature spells from the top of your library. So it's like an Oracle Muldia for creatures. Awesome. It's a 3/3 for free already, so doesn't ask much. But you can also pay green, tap 2 untapped creature you control, reveal a card from your hand or the top card of your library. If you reveal a creature card this way, put it on the battlefield. So that's expensive in the sense you have to give up a lot of boards. But you're getting it back, And you can put the best creature from your hand or the top of your library into play. I would mostly view that as a gravy. I think this is an A-. It's just hard to imagine a green deck not being super happy. This is exactly what green deck wants. It's good statted. It's decently statted as a trained Armadon. It draws you extra cards. Your green decks often has a lot of creatures, and it even gives you the ability to like put something insane into play from your hand if you're like stuck and don't find creatures from the top of your deck. So A-, awesome card. Next is an Eldrazi Repurposer. 200 green for a 3/3 Devoid. So Centaur Courser. When you cast a spell and when it dies, you get a 0/1 spot. So this one I like way more than the 2 mana one, because this one you don't have to do any more work. And it even gives you another one when when it dies. So the other one was a 4 mana 3/3 that did the thing, even with installment plans. This is a 3/3 that gives you it right away when it dies. And if you remember, Deathbloom Telegraph was a good card. I'm gonna give Eldrazi Repurposer a C+. Trending towards B-, but power creep in Modern Horizons again. But it's a good card. Very happy to cast this on turn 3. Evolution Witness, 200 green for 2/1, adapt 2 for 100 green, and then you can return a permanent card from graveyard to your hand. So it's like a 5 mana 4/3 that gives you a card back. That's not a spell though, but in limited that's mostly what you want to get back anyway. Seems solid to me. It's a 2 for 1. It's a little slow, and 3 mana 2/1 is fragile as hell, but it seems like a C though. It doesn't seem great. It's just a little too clunky to give a higher grade. I think it's worse than Eldrazi Repurposer, because when you're casting Repurposer on turn 3, you're getting a 0/1, you have a burly body. When you're casting this on turn 3, there may not even be a card in your graveyard. It's super fragile. And yeah, sometimes you also have to adapt this without having a card in your graveyard, just because the combat works out already. So I think it's worse than the Repurposer. Fanatic of Ronas, 1 green for 1/4, taps to add green. I'm already sold. Ferocious, you add 4 green, and then you can do if you control a creature power 4 or greater. But that doesn't seem impossible, I mean. And at that point, it's starting to get absurd. You need some other cards to cast, but and it also eternalizes for 4, so that means that if this dies, you can bring it back as a 4/4 with all the abilities. And it then has Ferocious active. Yeah, seems like a B+. The only downside is that if you draw it later in the game, it may not do much, because you may not have that many cards in your hand. But Lab B+, also, I mean, if you cast this on turn 2, you're gonna be very happy. I think it's a 1/4 doesn't trade off that easily, so it may be hard for you to get the Eternalize going, but anyways, still great. Fangs of Calonia, 1 green for sorcery. Put a +1/+1 on target creature you control, and double the number of +1/+1 creature on each creature that had a +1/+1 counter. Put it on it this way. And it has an overload for 4 GG. So for 6 mana, you can put a 2 +1/+1 counters on all your creatures. Or for 2 mana, you get 2 counters on a creature. I kind of like this card because it's a permanent overrun when you're getting in the later stages on the game. And on turn 2, it's not good, but it's almost like this is a 6 mana card that has a 2 mana fail case mode. But I think the 6 mana version is so sick, like 2 counters on all your creatures, and if any of those creatures had any +1/+1 counters on it earlier, they get doubled, because this does not only double the counters that was put there. If they had counters on it earlier, it also will do that. And we already seen a 3/3 that makes a 0/1. So I think Fangs of Colonia is a B. It's gonna be an incredibly powerful card. It's gonna be 6 mana win the game a lot of the time, as long as you got a reasonable board state. And there are spots when you cast, maybe like you cast a 1-drop, you cast this on turn 2, and your opponent doesn't have a removal spell, and your opponent's gonna be on a lot of pressure. Flower of Cultivation, 1 GG. You may sacrifice a non-token green creature and pay its mana cost. Sorry. Search your library of the 2 basic clans, put them into play. 1 into play tapped and 1 into your hand. So it's like a Kodama's Reach that's hard to cast, but you can sacrifice a creature. This seems like the worst version. Kodama's Reach or Cultivate is fine, But when it's GG, it's a lot worse, because then you're having a mana fixed card that already is hard to cast, and this is not the type of effect I want to sacrifice a creature for. If it didn't say non-token, maybe I can play some early Eldrazi Spawn and do this, but this seems like a D-, not a very good card. I just don't want my cultivates to be hard to cast. Foul Strike, 1 G, destroy creature with flying, so it's a plummet, but you can reinforce 2. So that means you have to pay 2 energy, discard this card, put 2 counters on a creature. And that means you can win a combat. Somewhat flexible, but it's not flexible in a good way, because when plummet is bad, sometimes plummet and this effect is not good. So you may think, yeah, this is a flexible card, and yeah, it is better to have the reinforced than not. But when plummet is bad and if this effect is bad, it still doesn't do anything. So I'm gonna give it a D+, but I could sideboard it in though. Against a Flyers deck, if such a thing is even a thing. Gift of the Viper. G for an instant. You put a +1/+1 counter, a reach counter, and a death counter on a creature untap it. So those counters all stay. Reach and death touch is funny combination. And a +1/+1 counter is nice. It seems like a fine card. It's just that, do I have room for this card? So it looks fine, but the question always with this card is, do I have room? I'm not sure. I think I'm gonna start D+. There's nothing wrong with the card. It's just that it's hard to, in this heavily synergistic Modern Horizons format, it's hard to justify a card like that, because it's yeah, it works with the doubling counters, but you can't really cast this early. You don't want to cast it without winning a combat either. So Grist Voracious Larva. We have the green flip card here. G for a 1/2 death touch. That's nice, like a Wasteland Viper, for those of you who remember that card. What grade would I give a G1 to death touch? I would give it a C+, I think. Whenever Grist Voracious Larva or another creature enters the battlefield under your control, if it enters from your grave or you cast it from your, you pay G. If you do, you flip this. So you have to reanimate this to flip. This seems like the hardest card to flip so far. Not impossible, but you need to have something come in from the graveyard, and that seems to be mostly a black thing. So this is the hardest to flip so far. So it actually doesn't matter too much what this flips into, and probably can't give it too high of a grade. Grist the Plague Swarm, 3 loyalty, +1 you get a 1/1 black and green insect token and mill 2 card. Put a death touch counter on it, the token, if a black card was milled this way. Alright, that's nice. I mean, at least you're getting a 1/1. -2 restore an artifact or enchantment. -6 for each creature card in your graveyard, create a token as a copy of it, except it's a 1/1 black and green insect. You're getting the constant to play effects though. Yeah, this seems fine. I was gonna give it a C+. I think in the right deck you can bump it up to B-, because if you can flip this card, it's gonna be good, very good. But I don't think it's much more than a 1/2 death touch for one. So, and a 1/2 death touch one is quite a bit better than a 1/1 death touch one, because it can hold off a bunch of 1/1s tokens. So I'm gonna give it a C+ again. I mean, if I'm green-black, it can go up to B. Horrific Assault. G for a sorcery. Target creature you control is damage equals to target creature planeswalker you don't control. If you control a draws, you gain 3 life. Nice. So it's like a 1 mana. I think it's hard hitting question. 1 mana bite. That's nice. I'll give it a C+. And then another draws. I don't think it add the grade too much, but I mean, another strike for the 2 energy 3/3. Because killing a creature gaining 3 life is a nice swing. I think if you got a reasonable amount of draws, you can go up to B- on this card. Hydra Trainer. 1 energy for 1/1. You may exert it when it attacks, and exert means that you doesn't untap next turn. When you do, target creature gets +X and then have to have X number of counters on permanents you control. And you can pay 2 energy at tap for 2, so that's a number of counters. So that means that this will give +2/+2. Seems good, but it's a little too aggressive for what green's looking to do. There's nothing wrong with the card, it's just that, am I looking to play this and turn it sideways? It is nice that it's a 1/1 that gets counters, so that may work with other stuff. I'm gonna give it a C+, just because, again, I'm not sure green wants this aggressive type of effect. Because it has to attack, it only gives +X/+X. It's not a permanent bonus, and it doesn't untap next turn. So I'm gonna give it a C+. It's not a bad card, it's just I'm not sure it works too much with other stuff. At least attack tree. Lion Umbra. GG, enchantment or enchant modified creature. So it's like a Daybreak Coronet then. You can only cast this on something that has an equipment, aura, or counters, which are a decent amount, but enchanted creature +3/+2 and vigilance and reach, and Umbra armor protects it. I gotta say, this is a lot worse than Daybreak Coronet as a payoff. It's easier to cast, but it's a lot less of a payoff. No trample, no lifelink. Gives it a bunch of stats, but then Umbra armor means that the creature is safe, but you lose the aura. I don't think this is worth it. I think it's a D. Yeah, I just don't think it's worth it. If this gave lifelink or trample, then it would be more worth it. But now, I mean, vigilance and reach is mostly defensive abilities in some sense. I mean, vigilance does nothing if you're not blocked. So I don't like Lion Armor. Malevolent Rumble, 1 energy for a sorcery. Reveal the top 4 cards of your library. You may put a permanent card from among them into your hand. Put the rest into your game, and then you get a 0/1 spawn. So permanence is nice because that means that you can get a land or a creature or an aura. And getting an 0/1 is nice. So like this is like an anticipated spot to an aura. On turn 2, this is a nice play because you're fishing up a creature and then you can play a 4-drop on turn 3. I kind of like this card. I think it's a C+ in a permanent heavy deck that also has some like more expensive creatures. And the 0 even works with the 4 GG Overload card because first it's a spawn that can get targeted by that, and it also helps you cast it if you're stuck on 5 lands. So I think C+ for Malevolent Rumble just looks like a nice card. The spawn works perfectly with digging towards an expensive creature too. Monstrous Vortex, 3 energy for enchantment. Whenever you cast a creature spell with power 5, you get to discover X. So for this to be worth it, I think you need to trigger it twice. Because again, discover is like Cascade. You don't know what you're gonna hit. Sometimes you're gonna hit a 5-drop and it's awesome. You feel like, wow, I paid 4 mana for a 5 and it's better from there. But sometimes you're gonna hit a 2-drop. So I think for this card to be worth it, you need to discover it twice. And it's a little rich get richer because you need to cast this, take a turn off, then you need to have an expensive cards. So I'm skeptical about this card. It could be good. It could just be like a fantastic card for a card with more expensive creatures. But the alarm bells are ringing here. I'm playing a card that doesn't affect the board. I'm required to have expensive cards. I'm gonna start D. I think it's a little bit of a trap, to be honest with you. Nightshade Dryad. 1 energy for 1/2. It has Death Touch and it taps to Colorless or and mana of any color. Great card. I mean, I like Death Touch on a mana dork because once it's reached, you don't need a mana anymore. You can maybe trade it off. And it helps you with Eldrazi's. It helps you with mana of any color. Haven't seen too many green Eldrazi cards so far, but if nothing else, it adds 1 mana of any color. So I think this is a lot better than the Poison Dart Frog for a lot of reasons. First of all, you don't have to pay mana to give it Death Touch. I think, or maybe it was it Reach. Alright. Anyway, it also has 1 more toughness. It taps to help you with waste. In either case, I think it's a C+. Good card. Alright, Nyxborn Hydra, X and a G for a 0/1, but it has Bestow for XGG, Reach Trample, and Spellfit. Is this a common? It has so much text, like a rare. And Spellfit X counters on it, and it gets +1/+1 with counter, and it has Reach and Trample. I think this card is great. I mean, it's a. Let's think about it. For 5 mana, you get a 4/5 Reach Trample. That also gets bonuses from counters and modified stuff. But then you bestow it for like 3. The creature gets +3/+3, and then when it dies, you get this card back. Admittedly, I think it becomes the 3/4 then. I think this is another C+. It just seems like it does a lot of things. I like the flexibility here as both with the X and with the bestow ability. I think when this dies, you get it as an X creature, but I could be wrong. Path of Annihilation, 3 energy for a Devoid enchantment. You get 2 0/1 spawns. Eldrazi you control have tap to end more mana of color, so that includes the spawns. And whenever you cast a creature with mana value 7 or greater, you gain 4 life. So I like this way less than the blue one, because this doesn't draw you any cards. It helps you permanently ramp, and you are getting some life, but the risk with this card is you draw this, and you're getting some spawns and some life, but then this card runs out of gas, because you don't want to tap your expensive Eldrazi's for colors. But in a black-blue dedicated Eldrazi deck, I guess it could be about a C. Next we have Priest of Titania, classic, 1 energy for a 1/1, taps to add G for each elf on the battlefield. So that's at least gonna be 1, but like I don't see too many more elves in the set. I think the Eternal Witness is an elf, yeah. Eladarm is an elf. Disciple is an elf, but that's expensive. Yeah, I think Priest of Titania is gonna be worse than the common. I think that the constructed application shouldn't fool you. I think Priest of Titania is a C. 1 energy for a 1/1 taps for G is not that good of a card, but sometimes it's gonna give you 2 mana. And the funny thing is, this counts your opponent's elves. So if your opponent's got elves in play, this taps for that too. That's an old school wording though. Primal Praise, 2 GT for enchantment. When it comes to play, get 2 energy. Haven't seen too many green energy cards. But you may cast creature spells mana value 3 or less by paying energy rather than paying a mana cost. If you cast a spell this way, you may cast it out as well. So it's trying to be Alluran. I think this card is bad, because Alluran is not a good card in Limited, because it doesn't draw you any extra cards. There is no combos with this, I don't believe. Maybe there is Shrieking. Maybe you can do something with Shrieking Drake. Maybe there is some combo with Shrieking Drake in this. And the white card that gives you an energy when it comes into play. Actually, can you get if you got Primal Prayers, Shrieking Drake, and the card that gives you a life, maybe you can get infinite life. I don't know. There is maybe some infinite life combos, but I think this card is an F. I don't want to play this card. I don't want to play a card that lets me cast spells from my hand for like energy, because I could just spend, instead of paying 4 and cast this, I could just cast the card instead. I don't think the flash, but maybe I can go infinite with Shrieking Drake and the white card that gives me life. But I think it's an F. Alright, here we have an Eldrazi. Propagator Drone, 1 energy for 2 to the void. Creatures you control have Evolve, which means that whenever you call a card comes into play with higher power or toughness, you put a counter on that. So those 0/1's gonna get big pretty fast. And you can pay 4 mana to get an 0/1 spawn. I like this card. You don't have to pay a big price for this. It's a 2/2 for 2 that gives you an ability to create a 0/1. And then those 0/1's gonna get bigger. And maybe you have some other tokens as well. I don't think it's a super powerful card, and it is slow, but you don't have to pay a big price for this. I think it's a C+. Having a 2-drop that does relevant things in the late game when you're running out of stuff to do is nice. Signature Slam, 2 energy for an instant. You put a +1/+1 on current creature you control, then each modified creature you control is damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control. So this is good, because as long as you have a reasonable sized creature in play, you can kill anything and get a counter on it. So this is gonna be a hunt the week most of the time. It's a hunt the week that I think it's better than hunt the week in every way, because you can always just target anything, and it's a bite, not a fight. No, hunt the week isn't the best card these days anyway, but I think Signature Slam is a C+. Seems like a good card. And it can get up to B- if you got some good synergies for the count. 6 from Ren and 6. Only 6 this time. 2 energy for 2/4 reach. That's fine. And when it attacks mill-free cards, you may put a land card from among them into your hand. Okay. I mean, 4 toughness means that it may be able to attack. As long as it's your turn, non-land permanent cards in your graveyard have retrace. So you can cast your creatures by discarding a card. This card seems good because of the last ability. I don't care too much about attacking and getting a land back. It's nice, but some amount of the time this is not going to have a clear attack. But being able to recast the best creature in your graveyard for discarding a land seems great. And if you played on the play, you may get an attack in, mill some creature maybe and get a land, which helps you either replay lands or retrace. So I think 6 is a B. But it may have some spots where it's not going to do that much. But it's hard for this card to be bad because it's a 2/4 reach that can sometimes give you lands and sometimes even get to replay stuff from graveyard. So it's a good card, I think. Alright, Sowing Mycospawn, 3 energy for a 3/3 Devoid. Here comes the Eldrazi cards though. It has kick for 1 or waste mana. When you cast a spell, search for a land, put it on battlefield and shuffle. So that happens even if you don't kick it. And when you cast a spell, it was kicked, exile target land. But I'm mostly looking at this card as a 3/3 for 4 that gives me a land. That's nice. I mean, paying the kick is mostly gonna be relevant to get like rid of a splash color. Your opponent like 4 swamps, 1 island, get rid of the island. This just seems good though. I mean, 4 mana 3/3 get a land. It even comes to play untapped. That's a good card, man. I'm gonna give it a B. I don't think it's better than that, but it's great. Springheart Nantuko, 1 energy for a 1/1, bestow 1 green, and charge creature +1/+. Landfall, whenever a land ends battlefield you control, you pay 1 energy. If it's attached to a creature you control. If you do create a token as a copy of that creature. If you didn't create a token this way, create a 1/1 green insect creature token. So this is a 1/1 for 2 that whenever you get a land, you get a 1/1, I think. But if it's bestowed, you create a copy of that creature. And that creature then, when this falls off, becomes this card. It seems great. It has a little bit of a Scutmold vibes on it. I think there's no way this card can be bad. The way I read it, I think you're getting a 1/1 if this is not bestowed. I think we are looking at an A- here. It's incredibly cheap too, which is nice with landfall. Next we have a Hall of Famer, Sylvan Safekeeper, G for a 1/1. Sacrifice a land, target creature you control, and shroud until end of turn. I don't think this is unplayable, but it's way less of a limited card than a constructed card. This is a card I played in constructed with Phyrexian Dreadnought. So I used to play this Phyrexian Dreadnought deck in Legacy, and this is a good cheap way to protect that card. But in limited, it is nice that you can protect your cards, but you are playing a 1 mana 1/1. The sacrificing land doesn't matter that much, but you can't do it infinitely. So I don't think this is the type of card that is good in modern limited. It might have been good back in the days when creatures were less good and maybe people had like one big threat they wanted to protect. But I think this is mostly a D-, not a good card. Sorry. Temperamental Oozewag, 3 energy for a 4/4, 2 energy adapt 2. A modified creature you control a trample. Seems like an aggressively good card. I mean, it becomes a 6/6 trampler, which is threatening. Starts as a 4 mana 4/4. Seems like a D. I think I'm gonna give it a C+. This is the kind of card when you cast this on turn 4, your opponent's gonna sweat and feel the pain. Because next turn you can make it a 6/6 trampler on turn 5. And any other modified creatures. The thing is, modified creatures tend to become pretty big. And that's very scary. But I like an adapt payoff it's good by itself. That's why I give it a C+. I think this is going to be a card that makes your opponent sweat. Territory Color, 4 energy for 7/5, Devoid Reach. Okay, is there a downside? No. Landfall, whenever a land ends battlefield you control, look at the top card of your library. If it's a creature card, you may reveal to put in your hand. If you don't put your hand into your hand, you may put it in your graveyard. Awesome. I mean, just fantastic. 5 mana 7/5 Reach is already a great card. And this draws you creatures for free. Now, admittedly, this is a 5-drop, so you're not going to be able to play too many more lands after this, but you're going to hit some. And if you don't hit a creature, you get a scry. And you're not paying anything for this. This looks like a B+. I mean, Reach is also so annoying sometimes because it also protects you from like some angles of attacks your opponent might have. Next, we have a Saga, the Hungertide Rises, 2 energy. The first 3 chapters are the same. You get a 1/1 insect, so it has a little bit of wedding announcement vibes here. The 4 is sacrifice a number of creatures, search your library and/or graveyard for a creature card with mana value less than or equal to the number of creatures sacrificed and put it on the battlefield. So you could, if you wanted to, sacrifice all the insects and get a free drop. I think this is mostly 2 energy, make 3 1/1s, and then maybe you can get like a cheap card because it looks scary to sacrifice a lot of cards. So how good is a 2 energy make 3 1/1s over 3 turns? It's fine. with a little bit of extra bonus for the 4th Saga. I think this is like a C. Don't think it's a great card, but if you play this and everything goes according to plan, you're getting 3 1/1s. You have to wait a little bit. That's okay. And maybe you sacrifice 2 insects and get a good 2 draw. I'm gonna give C to Hunger Terrorizes. Not a great card. Thief of Existence. 1 and an Eldrazi G. 3 for the Void. When you cast a spell, exile up to 1 target non-creature, non-land permanent, and opponent controls its mana value 4 or less. If you do Thief of Existence gains, when this creature leaves the battlefield, target opponent draws a card. Oh, I see. So it's like a version of Vanillion Click Thought-Knot Seer. It is hard to cast though. It is nice that you exile a thing, your opponent's not gonna get it back, but it has to be like an artifact or enchantment or a planeswalker. That's expensive. I'm not sure this card is worth it. It's also hard to cast. I mean, if I'm an Eldrazi deck that creates colorless mana pretty easily, I think I'm gonna play it, because it's a 3 mana 3/4 that may do some good stuff. I think it's a C+ in that deck. I don't think it's a particularly great card. Trickster's Elk, 2 energy for 3/3, bestow 1 or a green. Enchant creature loses all abilities and it's a green elk creature based upon toughness 3/3. So it's a modal card. Either it's a 3/3 for free, or it's a 1 energy that turns something into a 3/3. It's a pretty horrible card actually. But if that creature then dies, you are getting this 3/3. So that's a little bit extra bonus. You can play this as an aura that if that creature then dies, you're getting this 3/3. All in all, I think we're looking at the C here. I don't think neither of the things are that good. It is nice, but the thing is, turning your opponent is a 3/3 with no abilities, and you have to spend a card on it. It's not like Oakwing, where you're keeping the Oko. This is a little more awkward. There's gonna be spots where this is just a 3/3 for free. So I'm gonna give it a C. Wirewood Symbiote, another card that's probably not very good in Limited. G for a 1/1, return an elf you control to his own hand, untap target creature. So you're not only gonna have elves a lot of the time, you're not gonna have anything to untap for a while. Maybe if you have the Eternal Witness, you can maybe go off, but I don't think it's worth it, because sometimes you're gonna draw this without Eternal Witness, and sometimes doing the Eternal Witness loop is gonna be too slow. So I'm gonna give Wirewood Symbiote an F actually. I think it's just avoid it, I think. Maybe you can do something with the Eternal Witness in once in a blue moon, but Wumpus Aberration. 3 energy for a 6/6 Void. When you cast this spell, if Colorless wasn't spent to cast it, target opponent may put a creature card from their hand onto the battlefield, and it has Trample. So it's like a hunted Wumpus, except you can get out of it by paying Colorless. Well, if I can pay the Colorless, I'm interested, because then it's like a much better version than the 3/4. If you can cast this as a 4 mana 6/6, no downside, with all the Eldrazi bonuses from that, that's a good card. If I can't play the Colorless, I would avoid it. So it's either, I don't know, because yes, your opponent may not always have a creature in their hand, but when they do, it's a disaster. Your opponent gets a free spell into play. Not a free card, but maybe gets like a 4 or 5 mana of free. But if I can pay the Colorless, I think it's a B. I mean, a 4 mana 6/6 Trampler with good creature types is a B, I think. Alright, Deep Breath. Multicolored. Abstruse Appropriation. 2 white black for a devoid instant. Exile target non-land permanent. You may cast that card for as long as it remains exiled. You may spend colorless mana stow it where mana when it called to cast a spell. So you end to exile a permanent for 4 non-land. That's fine, not great. But if that card is like white or black, you can play it and you can spend colorless mana to maybe help you with that. So if you're white-black and you're playing as another white-black deck, this seems like a great card. It's almost like a control magic. You have to spend some more. If you can't cast the card, it's not great. 4 mana exile anything like an Utter End is like these days like a C, I think. But it doesn't take much for you to play the card. Either you have some colorless sources, or you're playing one of the colors. You may have to like choose a lesser target just to be able to. Let's say you're playing as green-white. You may take a white card, even though you wanted to take a green card, just so you can cast the white card. But maybe you have a colorless land. I think all in all this is a good card. I will give it a B minus. Just because sometimes you may not be able to cast the card, and that's a little awkward, but I think a reasonable amount of time you will. Okay, next is Arna Kennerud, Sky Captain. Got a German U here, I think. 2 Esper for a 4/4 flying lifelink. Ward, discard a card. Great card already. I mean, if you can cast it, it's absurd. It's like a Baneslayer, a little weaker, but it also has a ward. Whenever a modified creature you control attacks, double the number of each kind of counter on it. Then for each non-token permanent attacher, because a token has a copy of that permanent. So that works good with counters and very good with bestow, which you have in white and blue. So if I'm Esper, it's an A. If I'm like white, black, I would try pretty hard to splash it. Because it's a little less, it's a more awkward if you have to splash or stretch your mana for it, because you may not be able to cast it in a reasonable time frame. But I think it's an A minus at least, because flying and lifelink are like fantastic combination, and ward, discard a card means that your opponent's gonna have to be 2 for 1, and sometimes your opponent is like empty-handed, top decks the removals, but still can't kill this. So great card, I'll probably look into splash it. Blood-Soaked Insight. We have a hybrid land here. So it's a land that taps for black or red, always comes into play tap. Okay, so it's like a gate, but you have the option to play 5 Rakdos hybrids, so 7 mana. This costs 1 less to cast for each life your opponent have lost this turn. Always a little awkward because you, if you want to cast this pre-combat, it's much more hard. Target opponent exile the top 3 cards of their library. Until the end of your next turn, you may play those cards. If you cast spells with mana of any type, can be spent to cast it. So you're probably going to hitting a land and 2 spells, and since this is kind of an expensive card, you're probably going to be able to play 2 of those cards. So this is either a black-red land that then casts a draw 3. That's expensive, but can become pretty cheap if your opponent has, if you attacked your opponent. So if I'm black-red, I think it's a B+. It's a sick card. If I'm only black, then it becomes trickier, because then I'm playing a concept to play black land. So let's say I have no use for the red mana. Then I'm playing a worse version of the earlier cards, but it's still worth it. So if I'm black-red is a B+. If I'm either black or either red, I think it's more like a B. But I would play this in either Rakdos or black or red. Good card. Breya, Ethereum Shaper. So these are white, blue, black, red. So this is a hard mana to play. 4/4. When it enters the battlefield, create 2 Topters with flying, and you can play 2 sacrifice 2 artifacts, and this 3 damage target player planeswalker. Target transform until you gain 5 lives. If you can cast this, is insane, but is it worth it? I think so. I mean, a 4/4 that gets 2/1/1 with flyers is very good, and it even can sacrifice other artifacts. So if you can cast this, is like a A minus. The problem is that it's so hard to cast that I think I'm gonna go down to like a B minus level card. And it's gonna sometimes be an F. If I'm blue-black, I'm not gonna double splash it, you know. Conduit Goblin, red-white for a 2/2. When it comes to play with 2 energy. And you can begin the combat if you turn, you can pay an energy. If you do another creature, gets +1/+0 and gains haste until end of turn. Seems good, but I don't know how much red-white is an energy deck. It could be. I'm also thinking blue-red is gonna be an energy deck. Again, it gives you energy and ways to spend it, so that's nice. I think I'm gonna give it a C+. Cranial Ram, black-red for a living weapon. So it's equip creature plus X+1, where X is the number of artifacts. So it's very least gonna be a 1/1, because this is an artifact. In the black-red artifact deck, I think this is sweet. It's gonna come in as like a 3/1 or 4/1. So your opponent's gonna probably have to trade it. When your opponent trades for this card, you're still left with the equipment, so you're still left with the artifact with all the synergies. And then equip 2, something else becomes big. In the artifact deck, I think this is a C+. Could even be a B-. I just think it's a very good. It helps you with our synergies, and then when you trade a creature off, this stays into play. This is good for 2 reasons. Cursed Wombat, black-green for a 2/3. Nice start. 2 black-green adapt 2. Permanents you control have whenever one or more +1/+1 counts are put on this permanent, put an additional +1/+1 on it. This ability triggers only once each turn. So it's like a Winding Constrictor. except you have to adapt this first. But you can make this into a 4/5. Oh, actually, it has the ability without the adapt. Okay, never mind. So this is basically better than Wine and Consigled, except it only triggers once per turn. It seems good though. I mean, it seems like a B. It seems like you cast this on turn 2 and you're probably gonna get incredible amount of synergy. Cyclops Superconductor. 1 blue red for 2/2 prowess. When it ends battle, you get free energy. Now this is more the color combination for energy, I think. When it dies, you may pay free energy. When you do it, is damage equal to its power to any target, including players. Seems good. I think blue-red is also going to have a spell theme. That's usually what blue-red does. And a 2/2 prowess for free is not great, but you're getting energy and you're spotted the energy for the trigger. So I think this is again going to be a C+. Drowner of Truth, or Dr. Owner of Truth. So this is the Simic hybrid. So it's a land that comes into play taps for blue or green. Or you can pay this as a 7-mana hybrid 7/6 devoid. And if you spend colors, you get an 0/1 spawn. Less good than the Rakdos one, I think. I'd rather draw 3 cards with the ability to making it cheap than getting a 7/6 that maybe gets an 0/1. But it's still a good card. I mean, if I'm blue, green is a B. If I'm either green or blue, I think this is mostly good if I'm green, because green has an easier time to getting to 7. But if I'm blue, I'm probably playing this still as a concept to play tapped land that has a buyout of being a big creature. But then it's more like a B-, I think. Emissary of Soulfire. 1 blue white for a 1/4. And when it comes to play, out of the battlefield, you get 3 energy. So all these gold cards seems to give me energy. Okay. You can play 2 energy, put an exalted counter on target creature you control. And that means that when a creature attacks alone, it gets a counter. Oh, it gets +1/+1. Seems less good than the others. It's a 1/4 that has somewhat an aggressive ability. I think this is way weaker than the others. I'm gonna give it a C-. It doesn't have particularly good stats. I don't think the ability works that well in blue-white necessarily. It's not a terrible card. I think it's weaker than the others. Expanding Ooze. The Ooze is expanding. 1 black-green for a 3/3 adapt 1 for black-green. See, okay. When it attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on target modified creature, which could be itself. So what you can do with this card is you can play it on turn 3, adapt it on turn 4, attack as a 5/5. Seems good. It also can put stuff on other modified creature. It works with modified. Sounds like another C+ to me. It's just a good card. I mean, 3/3 for free that can attack as a 5/5. You can also do it later. It picks up other synergies as well. Faithful Watchdog. Green-white for a 0/0 vigilance, but it ends value for 3 +1/+1 counter. So it's a Watchwolf. So G-white 3/3. Back in the day, it used to be insane. These days, it's still good. And it gets all bonuses from modified. So it looks like a B- in a green-white deck. I wouldn't splash for it, but I think in a green-white deck, it's hard for this card not to be great. It also, vigilance is also, you can't understate how good vigilance is on a big creature, because it just means your opponents can't raise it. Great card. I think Faithful Watchdog is going to be great. It also has vigilance, which Watchful didn't have. Genku Future Shaper. 2 white blue for a 2/5 rare. Whenever another non-token permanent you control leaves the battlefield, choose one that hasn't been chosen this turn. Creature token with these characteristics. 2/2 vigilance, 1/2 flyer, 1/1 lifelink. And you can also pay 3 blue-white, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Wow. So how much do I like a 4-mana 2/5 that you can pay 5 mana to grow your team? That seems like a good card because it's a high toughness creature. That means it's going to be easier for you to survive and for this card to survive. Once you're running out of gas, you can pump your entire team. You can like go this, pass the turn, pump, during my turn, pump. And whenever another creature you control die, you're getting a token. Seems like a B+. I'm not going higher because it's a little expensive, and ability expensive, but it seems good. Glasswing Grace. We have the Oars of Land here, so it taps for white or black, comes to play tap. Enchant creature. Enchant creature +2/+2 and has flying and lifelink. Sure. A little more all in than the others, but it seems good. I think it's a B-. I think this one is weaker than the others just because it requires you to have a creature in play. If your opponent deals for this, you got 2 for 1. Yes, it was a land, but a 2 for 1 is still a 2 for 1. So I'm gonna give it a B-. And this one I would be less inclined to just play in any deck. I guess it's nice in white because it helps you with modified. Because you're getting an aura of something. I think it's at its. I think if I'm mono black, I might actually. There are spots I might not play. Golden Tail Trainer. This is a card that works with counters. 1 green, white, 1 free. Or an equipment spell you cast costs X less to cast, where X is this creature's power. So at least 1. When it attacks other modified creatures, you control plus X, where this is this power. So this really wants you to put stuff on this. It's a little all-in the sense that it's only a 1/3 for free. So you almost need to put stuff on this, and then you might get 2 for 1. I think this is worse than the Watchwolf. I will give it a C. I think it's decent, but it seems fragile to me. You have to do stuff to make this work, and which you didn't have to with the Watchwolf. Horrid Shadow Spinner. 1 blue black for a 2/3 lifelink. That's a good start. When it attacks, you may draw cards equal to its power if you do discard that many cards. So that helps you with the draw free theme. Because there were a couple of black cards that made you get some bonus when you draw on free cards. So this one gives you a Fateless Looting when it attacks. I think I like this card. The problem with the card is that a 2/3 lifelink can just get eaten. So you may not always be able to do it. But if you cast this on turn 3, you're probably getting attack in. Getting some selection. So I think it's a C+. I'm gonna knock it a little bit because if you draw it later in the game, you may not have a clean attack. Though you can in the late game just cash this into loot twice, and you are down a card at that point, but sometimes the game plays out in a way that that's what you need to do. And it's a nice effect to have if you absolutely have to. Imskir Iron Eater, 6 red-black for a 5/5. Demon. It has affinity for artifacts. It's not an artifact by itself, but in a dedicated black-red artifact deck, you can maybe get this down to like 4 or 5 mana. When it ends up, if you draw X card and you lose X life, X is half the number of artifacts you control. So if you have 4 artifacts, you draw 2 cards. You can pay 3 in a red, sacrifice an artifact. This damage equals sacrifice artifact's mana value to any target. Seems like a great card in black-red. If I'm black-red artifacts, this is like an A, I think. It just does everything you do. Comes down, is an undercosted card, draws you cards, and then you can sacrifice expendable off. You can even sacrifice like, because black has some reanimator too, you can even sacrifice an artifact that brings it back to do it again. And it hits face as well. So great card. A, I think, in a black-red deck. Invert Polarity, blue-blue-red for an instant. Choose target spell and flip a coin. If you win the flip, gain control of that spell, you choose new targets for it. If you lose, flip counter that spell. So it's at worst, it's a cancel. And you have a 50-50 shot of doubling it up. And if it's a creature, you just get the creature. I think this card is good if you can cast it reliably, because 50-50 is a cancel. That's not a great card, but it's fine. But it's a 50-50 shot of you like mind controlling a card. That's absurd. So even it's weird that they put a flip a coin card like this. I think if you counter a creature, you do get to cast a creature. I think that's how it works. And if it works like that, I'm gonna play this card. I think it's a B. But it's a strange card because it's a coin flip card. As half of the time it's going to be absurd and half of the time it's going to be fine. Strange card. Iset Generatorium, blue-red artifact. If you get 1 or more energy, you get that money plus 1 energy. So it's like a winning constrictor for energy. Tap, draw a card, activate only if you paid or lost 4 more energy this time. So it's free, but you can only do it if you've spent 4 energy. Which this card by itself doesn't help you do, but a lot of cards with energy helps you spend the energy. I think this card is good, and the reason is here I'm going to explain it. First, you're going to cast it's not going to do anything, but it's going to slowly give you some extra energy. And anytime you're spending 4 energy, which you can do either by a card that spends 4 energy, or with something that spends 2 energy if you can do it twice. Then this draws a card, so now it's replaced itself. But it's going to dig you towards more energy, and this card itself helps you to get to spend 4 energy. So I think this is gonna be a B. I think it's gonna be a build around B that's gonna be great. I think it's gonna help you both enable energy and then dig you towards more energy card. Okay, Kali of the Vost. 1 Mardu for a 2/2 flyer. When it attacks an opponent, you may put an angel, demon, or dragon creature card from your hand onto the battlefield, tapped and attacking that opponent. I think this is an F because it's a super hard to cast 2/2 for 4. And there are some angels and demons, but there are games where you're gonna draw this without drawing that card. So even if you have like the 5 mana 6/6, you're gonna have draws when you draw this without that card. So I would just avoid this card. It's not worth the super hard money because if you can't put an angel, demon, or dragon creature from in play, this is a horrible magic card. It's a 4 mana 2/2 flyer that's hard to cast. So I'm gonna give it an F, even if I have angel, demons, and dragons. If I have like 5 of those, even then my opponent could just shock this card. If they can have the stomach to shock such a terrible card. Kudo, King Among Bears. Green red for a 2/2. Other creatures have base power and toughness 2/2 and are bears in addition to their other type. So that's all creatures, your opponents as well. That includes your creatures. So the joke with this card is counters. So if you put plus some counters, your creature is going to be 2/2 plus that. I'm not sure how good this card is because, yes, if you have like a 2/2 with 2 counters on it and your opponent's got 3 creatures, your opponent can still just triple block your creature. It's possible this card is just insane and I'm not really... This kind of card you need to see it play out. I get the joke, +1/+1 counters, but I just think that sometimes you're going to have like a 5/5 that goes down to a 2/2. So I'm going to have to see this card in play, but I'm going to start at a C. I just think this card is not going to be as good as it looks, even though it seems like it could be decent. Legion Leadership, 1 and a Boros Hybrid. So this is 2 mana. Until end of turn, double target creature's power against first turn. And it taps to add red or white. So this is less interesting than the other ones just because it's so cheap. And I always like to have more expensive on this. I'm not even sure I'm gonna play this in Boros. I might play it in like... It doesn't do much. It doesn't help get anything modified. I think it's a C plus though. I think it's fine, but this always comes into play tapped and the effect isn't even that good. Maybe it could be good on like a trampler, but... Nadu, Winged Wisdom, 1 green-blue 3/4 flyer, good start, would always play. Creature you control have, whenever this creature becomes the target of a spell or ability, reveal the top card of your library. If it's a land card, put it on the battlefield, otherwise put it in your hand. This ability triggers only twice each turn. Okay, how many times is it gonna trigger? 3 times. And this includes your spell and abilities. So it's a great card because it's a 3/4 flyer that if your opponent kills it, you get value. And if you have some bestow, you get value. And you're starting off very good. I'm going to give it a B+. It's the kind of card that if your opponent plays, you're going to say, alright, I'm just going to let you have it and try to go around it somehow. Because, yeah. Obstinate Gargoyle. 1 white-black for a 2/2. Obstinate Gargoyle has flying as long as modified and it has persist. I like this card. I mean, I think a 2/2 flyer for... it's not, doesn't have flying, but a 2/2 for 3 persist is borderline good, and then when it gets flying, when it comes back, because it has a minus counter with counts. There are also ways to make this sort of survive a couple of turns extra, because if this persists and you put a counter on it somehow, the counter's erased and then it has persist again. So it's going to be kind of annoying for your opponent. I think it's a C+. I wouldn't be shocked if you play this on turn 3, then you get a free jump or a trade, and then you put a counter on it and then your opponent's like shaking their head. This is so annoying. So your opponent may not even attack into it at that point. And it also trades with 2/2s for value, which is nice. On Do Not Master, we have an adventure. First one. 2 white-black for a 2/2 lifelink. Whenever another modified creature you control dies, put blue counters on this. So you can grow pretty large, but it's going to be situational. But it also has an adventure, white-black, distribute 2 counters among 1 or 2 target creatures. So the joke is you play this on something early, and you play this, and if that creature dies, you grow this. Seems fine. I mean, if I'm white-black, it's probably like a B. I just something alarm bell is saying that this card is not gonna be as good as it looks. But I'm gonna start a B. It's probably gonna be good. But I have some alarm bells going off here. Plague, Titan of Fire's Fury. You have a cycle from Teros. 1 red white 6/6. When it ends battlefield, sacrifice it unless it escaped. When it comes into play or attacks it, Lightning Helix, and it has escape red, red, white. These cards are always great in limited because you cast them early and they do a reasonable thing. I think this one is worse thing than Uro, but better than Croxa. And then it sits around, the game goes on, and then eventually it comes back. And you, even if your opponent kills it at that point, you got a 2-for-1 because you got the first Lightning Helix, and you got another Lightning Helix plus a 6/6, and it's almost like a 3-for-1 at that point. So if I'm Boros, I'm gonna give this an A minus. The only problem is that I don't know how easy it is for Boros to put cards in the graveyard, but there are some fetch lands, even common ones, that helps a little bit. Planar Genesis, green-blue for an instant. You look at the top 4 cards of your library, you put a land card from among them into play tapped. If you don't, put a card from among them into your hand. So you can choose to not take a land and draw a card instead. So it's like a growth spiral that you can decline the land and draw a card. I guess you could do that, but you draw a card from growth spiral anyway. So it's like a rampant growth where you can decline the land and draw a card instead if you don't want the land. Yeah, I mean, I don't think this is a great card because it is nice to ramp on turn 2, but it is a gold ramp. You have to take into effect that this is green-blue for a rampant growth, if that's what you want. And that's awkward. And if you're playing green-blue to like anticipate, that's not good. I'm gonna give it a C. I think if you're green-blue, you're probably gonna play it, but always a little skeptical about gold-colored 2-mana ramp cards. Psychic Frog, blue-black for a 1/2. When it is common time for play Planeswalker, draw a card. Ooh. So if you are on the play and cast this, you may connect. You can discard a card to put +1/+1 counter on it. Wow, it's not +1/+1. And exile 3 cards from your graveyard against flying until end of turn. So this is like a Psychotog. This card seems very good because you're gonna play this on turn 2, and some amount of the time you're just gonna get to draw cards. You can also, the game goes on, you exile 3 cards against flying. You can even discard a card to help you exile 3 cards, and then you're getting draw more cards. It grows. There are also games where you play this on turn 2 and you just start dumping your hand. You're playing against a certain color combination that can't deal with this if it goes big. I'm gonna give A minus to Psychic Frog. I think even if you draw it late in the game, it's gonna do good things for you. Because then you may at the very least get a card back. Piratic Rebirth, 2 black red for an instant. You return an artifact or creature card from your graveyard to your hand, and it is damage equals to that card's mana value to up to non-target creature or planeswalker. And black red is an artifact color, so you're gonna get to maybe get back some living weapon card. This is a 2-for-1. It takes some amount of work, but I think it's gonna be good. The only thing is if you're getting back something cheap, you're not dealing that much damage, so it can be a little clunky maybe. I think it's at least a C+. Though. You have the green-black land. Comes to play tap for black or green. Black-green hybrid. With a counter on a creature and gets undestructible until return. So it works with the modified stuff. I think it's a B minus. If I'm green-black, it's a solid card. I probably wouldn't play it in black, but I probably would play it in green though. Riddlegate Gargoyle. White-blue for a 2/2 flyer. And it's better if you get 3 energy. When you attack, you may pay 2 target creature you can get lifelink. Fantastic card. I mean, 2 mana 2/2 flyer is good, and you get energy and get lifelink. And it could be either this or something bigger. B minus, I think. Roshin Roaring Prophet, 2 red green for a 4/4. When it ends its battlefield, mill 6 card, you put a card with X in its mana cost from among them into your hand. I don't think there's too many X's. There's the white sweeper, but then it would have to be 3 colors. You can tap reveal a number of cards with X in the mana cost to your hand and waste. So unless I'm missing something, I think this is just a 4/4/4, which is like a C minus. Rush of Inspiration. 1 and is a hybrid land. Draw 2 cards and discard a card at random unless you pay 2 energy. Discard a card at random. So if you're not paying the energy, I don't think it's a good card. I mean, catalog that discards at random seems bad. It is a land though, so if I'm blue-red and have access to energy, it seems like a B minus. I wouldn't play it in like red though, without energy. Scurry of Gremlins, 2 red-white, enchantment. When it ends the battlefield, you get 2/1/1 Gremlins, and then you get an amount of energy equal to the number of creatures you control. You can pay 4 energy to get creatures you control +1/+0 and gain haste at the end of turn. Seems like a good card. I mean, because it's on turn 4, you're probably gonna get 4 energy. And that already means that this is like a resolute reinforcement or whatever that costs from a core set. And then any energy passed from that, if you can double activate it, it seems good. Seems like a C+ again. I think it's less good than the resolute reinforcement just because you may not always get 4 energy and then may not do that much. Snapping Void Core, 1 green blue for an Eldrazi, 1 free. The Void taps to add 2 colorless, and you can pay it free and waste draw card. Fantastic card because it ramps you, but when you're running out of things to do to ramp, you start drawing cards. So I think in a green blue Eldrazi deck, it's a B minus. I think casting this on turn 3, you're gonna win the game a lot of the time. Because the 2 colorless can still cast normal spells even if they're not Eldrazi's. So this can, like, on turn 4, cost a 6 drop. Sneaky Snacker. Blue-black for a 2/1 flyer. Whenever you draw a 3rd card in a turn, return it from your graveyard to battlefield tap. Yeah, fine. I just don't think this is gonna come back that often, because you have to have it come into your graveyard somehow. But it's a 2/1 flyer that's hard to cast. I think it's a C. I like the art though. Strength of the Harvest, the Celestial land, 2 green white, enchant creature +1/+1 for each creature and or enchantment you control. So this is one of the better ones, I think, because it works with all the modified. It's good on a big lifelinker or trampler, and it's just a land, otherwise I think it's a B. Stomp, the Grew land, 1 green red, this damage equal to its power to a creature planeswalker you don't control. So this is somewhat similar to the green land. I think it's a little worse actually, because it doesn't give you +2/+2. And it comes into play tapped always, but I'm gonna give it a B minus as well anyway. Suppression Ray, 3 Osorius land or Osorius hybrid. Tap all creatures target plays control. You can pay X energy and choose up to X creatures tapped this way and put a stun counter on them. So you can always use this as sort of like a falter attack with all creatures. So I like this card. I think that it's the kind of effect you want on a land. I'm gonna give it a B again. The Necrobloom, 1 white, black, green, 2/7. Landfall, you get an 0/1 plant. And if you control 7 or more lands with different names, you get a 2/2. Land cards in your graveyard have dredge 2. So I don't think this card is good. It's hard to cast. You're not gonna get 7 or more lands with different names. Land cards in your graveyard having dredge doesn't matter. I'm gonna give it a D. Titan's Vanguard, 3 red green for a 5/5 devoid. When you cast this spell and whenever Titan Vanguard's attack, put a +1/+1 on each colorless creature you control. And it has trample. So when it is attacks, it becomes a 6/6. It's not gonna give itself the counter when you cast this because it's not in play at that point. But it seems pretty good. It's not the kind of card that is insane though, because it's expensive and it takes a little bit of time to set up. But it's fine. I'm gonna give it a C+. Waterlogged Teachings, 3, and this is a Dimir land. Search for an instant card or a card with flash, reveal it, put it in your hand and shuffle. Seems weak in some sense. It's 4 mana to get an instant or a flash. This is not Mystical Teaching because it doesn't have flashback. It is a land that you can cash in for like a spell, but it's very expensive. I'm gonna give it a C+, one of the weaker ones, honestly. White of the Reliquary, green black for a 2/2 vigilance. It gets +1/+1 for each creature card in your graveyard. Wow. So it's like a Boneyard Worm that it's spotted +2/+2 with vigilance. Tap, sacrifice another creature, so I believe for a land card, put it in battlefield, tapped and shuffle. That was a little weird. I don't think you're gonna use that ability too much, but it's just nice that you can sacrifice a creature anytime you want and grow it. If you got self-mill, it's good. I think this card is great, though I'm gonna give it a B+. I just remember Boneyard Worm being fine. And this one is Boneyard Worm +2/+2 with an ability and vigilance. An ability to grow itself, I should say. Reading Chrysalis, 2 red green for a 2/3 devoid. When you cast this spell, create 2 spawns with sack this, add colorless. Has reach. When you sacrifice another Eldrazi, put a +1/+1 counter on this. Wow. So this could be a 4 mana 4/5 reach as the floor because you can always sacrifice them. You can use the Eldrazi's for mana. It has reach. If you got other spawns, it grows even bigger. It seems like a B-. It just seems like a sick card for a common, you know. Alrighty, we have colorless and lands here. So with these colorless lands, you have to think about the waste mana, and there are a cycle of lands that taps for colorless. You have all the Eldrazi spawns that are mostly in blue and green. But it's not free to do this. Generally, the more expensive the cards are, they're better because you at that point you have an easier time to have found your colorless lands. And also, if you got relying on Eldrazi spawns, you may run out, so you can't play too many of these because once you've used your Eldrazi spawn, you may run out of colorless. In any case, we have Breaker of Creation, 6 and 2 waste mana, so it's 8 mana you have to spend to colorless, either by like the green common or spawns or some lands later. When you cast a spell, you gain 1 life for each colorless permanent you control, and that includes lands. But it doesn't include this because it's on the stack at that point. But you're gonna get 1 life for every land, so that's probably gonna be 8 life plus any other devoid cards you have. It has hexproof from each color and has Annihilator too. The only problem is that it has 4 toughness, so once you attack with this, it's gonna have a hard time getting through, but you're getting 2 permanents, which are probably gonna be lands. I think this card is fine for an Eldrazi deck. I would not look to play this in like any deck, but if I'm green-blue Eldrazi, this seems like a great card because it's gonna give me 8 life. It's gonna trigger all my Eldrazi stuff. It's gonna come down, and I know that my opponent can't mess with it, except for other devoid removal, I guess. So I think in an Eldrazi deck, this is about a B-. The problem is that I can't go higher because it has only 4 toughness. And Annihilator 2 is sweet. I remember Ulamog's Crusher being good, but this one's gonna survive way less than Ulamog's Crusher. But I like it. Remember that lands are colorless. Devourer of Destiny, 5 and 2 waste mana for a 6/6, so this is 7 mana. You may reveal this card from your opening hand. If you do at the beginning of your first upkeep, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may put one of those cards back on your top of your library, exile the rest. So you actually, if you want 2 of those cards, you're rather lucky, you have to only get 1. And if you want all, you have to exile 4 cards if you don't want any of the cards. But it is free selection, so when you cast a spell, exile target permanent as 1 or more colors. So that's going to exile anything that's not another Eldrazi. I think this is great in an Eldrazi deck. I think it's about an A-. You're going to cast this for an 7. Exile the best thing. It's like a duplicate Shriek more. And also, when you have it in your opening hand, you're going to have some selection. There are some spots where it's going to be awkward. You have 3 good cards in your top 4. You can only keep 1. But there are also going to be spots where you see 4 cards and there's only 1 card you want. And then you got a free scry for 4. And also, it is May. So let's say your opening hand is just perfect. But I can't see how that, because you also have to take this card into consideration. And looking at the top 4 cards also makes it easier for you to hit this on the right turn. So I think in an Eldrazi deck is an A-, and I probably wouldn't even play it in a deck that's not reliably getting to 2 colorless, because I don't think the starting hand trigger is worth. Drown Yard Lurker, Doctor Own Yard Lurker. 7 mana, 7/7 vigilance, no waste mana here. When you cast or cycle this card, you get an 0/1 spawn, and you can cycle it for 2 and a blue. So if I'm not playing blue, I'm probably not playing this card. I wouldn't play a 7 mana, 7/7 that give me a 0/1. But if I'm having blue, it gets more of a good card, because then I can play 3 mana, get a spawn, and get a card back, and the spawn helps me cast some more expensive cards. I don't think it's an amazing card, but even when you cycle this card, it is a little clunky to cycle for 3 mana, even if you're getting an 0/1. But in an Eldrazi deck, I think it's a C+. I think it's the kind of card you want, because then in that deck, it is nice to have a 7-drop that you can cast later and getting all the triggers. And it's not dead early either, which a lot of the other Eldrazi cards. I'm gonna give it a C+ in Eldrazi deck. Even a normal blue deck is probably more like a C, and in a non-blue deck is probably like a D. Echoes of Eternity. Now you have to pay 3 colorless. 3 waste for an enchantment, Eldrazi. If a triggered ability of a color spell you control or another colorless permanent you control triggers, it triggers an additional time. When it casts a colorless spell, copy. So you have to be all in Eldrazi. And then it's fine, but it is a little bit scary to play 6 mana and not affect the board. And then the next turn you're getting a big effect, maybe. But yeah, I mean, if I'm Eldrazi, I'm probably gonna play it around the B level card, but I'm skeptical about this card. I think it's scary to pay 6 mana and not affect the board. And then the next turn, if I have something else, I'm gonna get a huge payoff. But couldn't this just be what if this was just like another Drown Alert or something? Where I can just cast this and then I wouldn't be having to not affect the board. So I'm gonna give it a B, but I'm a little skeptical about it. Eldrazi Ravager, 5 and a waste, 6/6, Annihilator 1. Sacrifice 2 Eldrazi to return this from your graveyard to your hand. You can cycle it for 2. I like it. I mean, again, I wouldn't play it outside of an Eldrazi deck, but it is nice you can cycle it early, maybe get it back late. Annihilator 1 is a little kind of not so good. I mean, you're sacrificing a land at this point, but it is a 6/6 for 6. It has cycling. I think I'm going to give it a C. Emrakul is back. Emrakul the World anew. 12 mana, 12/12. 12/12. When you cast a spell, get control of all creatures target player controls. That seems good. Flying protection from spells and from permanents that were cast this turn. Okay, so your opponent can't kill this with like a Shriek more. Can't Doomblade it. When it leaves the battlefield, sacrifice all creatures you control. So that's bad because you're losing all your other creatures, but it's also good because there is no way your opponent gets back the creatures. So it's at the very least it's better than if your opponent got back all the creatures. It has Madness plays 6 ways. I can't see how that's gonna happen in limited. I just don't see it. You need to have a discard outlet and 6 waste mana. Like you can just discount it. So can you get to 12? I think it's gonna be very hard. If you cast this spell, you're probably gonna win because it's very hard to kill this. Yes, if it leaves the play somehow, at the very least the board is gonna be empty because you got all your opponent's creatures. You lost all yours, so the board should at least be empty then. I think this is a build around like B+, but in most cases it's gonna be an F. I don't even see how. If I have like a blue-green deck with a lot of the 1/3 that taps for 2 waste, a lot of Eldrazi spawn makers, it could be a fun build around. But I think it's mostly gonna be too expensive. It's not 15, but 12 is very close to that. Glaring Fleshraker, 2 and an Eldrazi, 2/2. Whenever you cast a colorless spell, you get a 0/1. Whenever another colorless creature enters battlefield, you control it is 1 damage to each opponent. This card seems bad. It doesn't seem like this seems like it already pays you off for like when you already have good stuff. I don't care about dealing damage to my opponent in an Eldrazi deck. I think an Eldrazi is a controlling ramp deck. This doesn't give you a spawn by itself. It only works with other stuff. I'm gonna give it a D-. I think it's a pretty bad card, honestly. Herigast, Erupting Null Knight. 9 mana, 6/6. Emerge 6 red. So you can sacrifice a creature and pay red mana. You can't cast this card without red, I don't think. When you cast this spell, you may exile your hand if you draw 3 cards. That's nice because at that point you may not have too many cards in your hand. It has flying and each creature spell you cast has a merge. And so that means that you can sacrifice creatures to get it in play. I probably wouldn't play this. I could maybe see a blue-green Eldrazi deck without accessing to red, playing this as your payoff. If you have a lot of RAM, it's a little easier to cast than an Emrakul. It's less payoff, but it might be more attainable. In a red deck, I think it's pretty good though, because let's say you have like a 4-drop. You can cast this for 4, get a huge flyer into play, restock your hand. I think in a red deck it's a B, maybe in an Eldrazi deck B-. And if you're not playing red and not ramping, it's an F. It that heralds the end, 1 and a waste, 2/2. So now the thing is, the cheaper card with a waste costs in it, the worse it is because it's harder to get the waste early. 1 and a waste for 2/2. Colorless spells you cast with mana value 7 or greater cost 1 less to cast. Other colorless cards you control with +1/+1. So if I got a bunch of the lands tapped for a waste, it's good. But this is a card that's less good to cast with spawns because you're casting it so cheaply that it's harder to get into play early with spawns. But in an Eldrazi deck with a bunch of colorless lands, it seems like a C+, B-. Cost 6 command. I guess this is a card you can play with Roshin because it has X. X and 2 wastes. Choose 2. Target player creates X 01 spawns, which sack this at a colorless. Target player scries X and draws a card. Exile creature with mana value X or less. Exile up to X star cards from it. I mean, if I can play the waste mana, it's awesome because it's a removal spell for something cheap while drawing me a card, or I get a bunch of X ones. The card from graveyard doesn't matter too much. But let's say I can like produce the 2 waste. I cast this for 5. I kill a 3-drop, draw a card, or I kill a 3-drop, make 3 1/1. So it seems like a B in a heavy waste deck, but you need, this is also the kind of card you probably just want to play with lands, not sacrifice too many spawns to. Cost select a Broken Reality. 9 mana 9/9. When you cast this spell, up to 2 target players each manifest 2 cards from their hand. So the card goes away and it becomes a 2/2 that you can flip up. You can choose though. All the colorless creatures you control get +3/+2. I think this card is good, but it's not like, the problem with this card is you can cast this and still lose because it is nice that if you cast this, you manifest 2 creatures, your opponent manifests 2 cards. Your manifested creatures are 5/4 as long as this stays into play. It all falls apart if your opponent finds a removal spell. But a nice thing about this card, let's say your opponent only has 2 cards left in hand. You cast this, your opponent's removal spell becomes a 2/2, and then it's harder to kill costly. So that means that your creatures dominates your opponent's creatures. If you cast this, I mean, if both players are empty-handed, it's just a 9 mana 9/9. That pumps your other stuff. I think it's a B in a Eldrazi deck, though. I think it's, the problem with this card is that it doesn't gain you any life, doesn't kill anything. It does host the hands though, but yeah, it's good though, but not as good as it could be. Null Elemental Boss. Waste mana for 1. Counter target multicolored spell, destroy target multicolored permanent. Mostly an F, but in a Eldrazi deck I can maybe side it in if my opponent got some absurd gold card. It's not even that good then, because what if your opponent doesn't draw that card? But maybe your opponent has a lot of multicolored cards. Then it can be a sideboard C+. Null Drifter, I guess this card's gonna probably draw cards. 7 mana 4/4. When you cast this spell, draw 2 cards. So even if your opponent counters this, you get the cards. It has Flying and Annihilator 1 and Evoke 2 in a blue. I like it. Is this better or worse than Null Drifter? It probably is worse. The Evoke is the same, but I think I'd rather have a 5 mana 2/2 flyer than a 7 mana 4/4 flyer. The Annihilator 1 is kind of irrelevant. I still like it though. I mean, it's not a bad card. I think it's sweet, and it's one of the great things about Mulder was its flexibility. And this is still a flexible card, because 3 mana, you're getting a divination, while putting this in your graveyard could be good. This also, I think this triggers all your Eldrazi payoffs, even if you evoke. So unless you have the payoff that triggers off casting 7 or greater, this still triggers that. I'm gonna give Null Drifter a B+. I think it's an awesome card. I would play it in all blue decks, by the way. I don't have to be Eldrazi. But it gets even better then, because it's gonna trigger all your good stuff. Twisted Riddle Keeper. 8 mana 5/5. Emerge 5 waste blue. When you cast a spell, tap up to 2 target permanents, put a stun card to each of them. It has flying. In a Eldrazi deck, I think it's good. 8 mana 5/5 flyer that stuns 2 creatures seems good. And you can sometimes emerge it too. So I think in an Eldrazi deck, it's a B. In an Eldrazi deck, I'm mostly talking about the blue-green deck. I think it's good though. Ulamog the Defiler, the third and final one. 10 mana 7/7. When you cast this spell, target opponent exiles half the library around them. Probably doesn't matter too much in limited. Probably means that, because it's hard to kill your opponent by exiling half the library. Ward sacrifice 2 permanents, also seems doable for your opponent. Ulamog, because you sacrifice lands. Ulamog the Defiler enters the battlefield at a number of +1/+1 counts equal to the greatest mana value among cards in exile. Huh. So that will count exiled library. And Ullmark has an eye to X, X is 1 plus 1 plus counters. This doesn't seem fantastic to me. None of these cards scream stabilizing. It's a big creature that exiles half the library and has Annihilator and Ward sacrifice 2 land. I can see casting this card and easily lose afterwards. I'm gonna give this a C plus in a dedicated Eldrazi deck. I think it's good, and it's especially good if you're playing against let's say you're playing Eldrazi and as a control deck. If you cast this card, you get to exile half the library. That could be a win condition. Because games can go long and that could be sweet. But if I'm playing this against an aggressive deck, it doesn't seem like it's gonna do that much. It's the ward cost is attained is very doable. Exile in library may not matter. The fact that it's enormous may not matter. Annihilator may not matter. I think this card is a C+, not that good, honestly. Warped Tusker, 7 mana, 6/8 reach. A lot of reach. When you cast a cycle, this one you get an 0/1 spawn. You can pay 2 again. Mostly the same grade as the blue one. This one I think is better. I'd rather have a 6/8 reach than a 7/7 vigilance. But I'm gonna give it about the same grade. Only would play it in green. Would not play this card in a black deck. I don't think. But I'd rather have a big reach creature. I'm gonna give it a. Why did I give the blue one? I'm gonna give it a C, I think. Wastes-Scape Battlemage. 1 and a waste for a 2/2. It has kicker green and or 1 and a blue. When you cast this spell, if it was kicker is green, you get to exile an artifact or enchantment. And if you kick it with 1 and a blue, you return a creature. So if I'm green-blue, I probably want to make sure I can cast this card. Because a 4 mana 2/2 mana war is fine. A 3 mana 2/2 Reclamation Sage is fine. If I can do everything, it's kind of sick. 6 mana 2/2 bounce a creature, return something. It's annoying that it's waste, but I think it's another C plus B minus type card. And I would also look for lands here. We have artifacts, Disruptor Flute, 2 mana for an artifact with flash. When it ends bad, if you choose a card name, it costs 3 more. Activate can't be activated. I would probably give this an F. It's like a Piffy Needle effect, usually not good in limited. If you're best of 3, maybe you can play it if there's some super problematic card you can't beat. But most of the time it's not worth it because your opponent's not always gonna draw that card. We have a cycle of medallions. Emerald Medallion, 2 mana for an artifact, green special cost 1 less cost. These are mostly Fs. I would only look to play them in like a monocolored deck. And even then they're not all that good because they are mana rocks that doesn't do anything after a certain amount of time. They don't help with colored mana. So I mostly think there are Fs. Maybe there is something with a black one with a mono black deck. But I don't like them. Like compare them with a green ramp creature. That thing has death touch, can attack or block later. These are only mana that may not even do that much. Idol of False Gods, 2 mana for a Eldrazi artifact. Pay 1 and a waste, get a 1/1 spawn. When another creature you control dies, it gets a counter. It's an 8 or more counters, it's an 0/1. So I would mostly discount that. I think it's going to take too long. How good is a 2 mana artifact that pays 2 mana to get a spawn? I think it's too slow. I think it's D-. I'm not excited about it. It's just too clunky. It is nice that late in the game you can maybe get a chumper every turn. But it's too slow. Junk Diver, this is a classic card. It used to be a rare, I think. 3 mana 1/1 flyer. When it dies, you return another artifact from your graveyard to hand. Maybe there is some sweet stuff to do here in the black-red, because black-red is an artifact color. Maybe you have some sacrifice outlet. I think that in a red-black artifact deck, it could perform about a C+. I don't think it's a great card. It's just a 3 mana 1/1 flyer, though. We got some medallions here. I'm going to skip them. Solar Transformer, 2 mana artifact. It ends spell if you tap. You get 3 energy. You can tap for colorless, or you can pay an energy, add mana of any color. Seems fine. I mean, it's a mana rock that runs out of color at some point, but it always taps for colorless. Gives you from energy, fixes waste mana. I can see this being sort of a glue card. I'm gonna give it a C. I don't think it's a great in every deck, but it does a lot of stuff for different decks. Ursa's Incubator, 3 mana for an artifact. You choose a creature type and it costs 2 less to cast. I think it's an F. There's no tribal decks here. Maybe you can choose Eldrazi and it could be good. But even then, they have sort of the same problem as the medallions. At some point, this card is just going to run out of use and it's not going to do anything. Maybe I could see a Turbo Eldrazi deck playing this at around a D+, C- level, but I'm mostly gonna give it an F. Vexing Bauble, 1 mana artifact. Whenever the player casts a spell, if no mana was spent to cast it, counter that spell. You can pay 1, sacrifice it, draw a card. I don't think there's too many free. There is a cycle of free cards, but they are rare and they're not very common. I think this is a D level card. You can always play it and cycle it, but it's not exciting. Winter Moon, 2 mana artifact. Place can't untap more than 1 non-basic land during the untap step. I'm gonna give it an F for obvious reasons. Worn Power Stone, 3 mana artifact. It comes into play tapped and it taps for 2 colorless, which helps you really good in the Eldrazi decks, I think, because unlike the Urza's Incubator, you can cast normal spells with this. And it also helps you with the waste mana. So this one I like a little bit more. And also unlike the medallions, this will always help you with 2 mana instead of 1, whereas the medallions only taps for 2, essentially, when you're double spelling. Alright, so I'm gonna end up giving Worm Power Stone a C though. I don't think it's a super awesome card, but I think it has its home in some decks. We got a lot of lands, but a lot of them are cycles. We have Archway of Innovation. It's a land that ends battlefield tapped unless you control an island. So think like the cycle from Wild Eldraine. Taps for blue and takes blue next time you cast this turn has Improvise. And this seems like not that good of a payoff. If I'm a deck with like a lot of artifacts, which I don't think blue is, you could play it. I think it's about a C. Arena of Glory, red enters battlefield tapped unless you control a mountain, taps for red. You can red exert this, which means it doesn't untap. You add red, and if that mana is spent on a crit spell against haste. So this one I like a lot more because this one like you can even can give something haste on turn 4 for free, and you didn't have to pay much. The only risk is that if you had this in your opening hand without a mountain, you had to play it like early. But this one I like way more. I think this is a B. It's just giving your creatures haste is just for free. It's just awesome, you know. Barbarian Ring, an old classic, taps to add. You take 1 damage. Fresh Soul sack this 2 damage to any target. Only if you have 7 or more cards in your graveyard. I don't think these cards are worth it usually because you are having to take a lot of time in the beginning, and then it's gonna take a lot of time before this can use it. It's nice you can shock anything, but if you have to pay free, you have to. If you have this card in your opening hand, you're gonna take a lot of damage from it. So I'm gonna give it a D. And we have the cycle of fetch lands, Bloodstained Mire. These are good for like black-red. They can fill up your graveyard, but that's usually not worth it. If I'm into these 2 colors, I would treat them about C+. They are good mana fixing. They take your life, and you have to lock in the mana, so it's not necessarily that they are better than it comes to play land that taps for black or red. They could come into play untapped, which is a good thing. The bad thing is that you have to take a point of damage, and you have to lock in the color permanently when you sacrifice them. You can't choose both. Bountiful Landscape, we have like a cycle here. Taps for a colorless. So if you are looking to play waste cards, these are much important. And you can sacrifice this, search alive for a forest, island, or mountain card. So if I'm looking to splash and I'm like green blue, this is a super valuable card. Also has cycling green, blue, red. I think these are glue cards. I'm gonna treat them all like C pluses. They help you mana fix. They help you splash. In the late game you can cycle them. They help you cast waste mana. I'm gonna give them around a C plus B minus. I think the card, those that sacrifice to get forest or island, which is this one and the Sultai one, are the best. But they are all decent. The black ones also help you with a card in graveyard as well. They work with Brain Surge. Zephyr Colosseum is like Barbarian Ring, except it's even worse because when you sacrifice this card, you draw 3, discard 3. And blue is a color that it's hurt way more than the pink. So I'm gonna Zephyr Colosseum an F, honestly. We have some landscape. We have Deserted Temple. Taps for colorless. 1 tap untap target land. So I don't see how you can abuse that. I don't think there's any auras in this set. This is basically just a waste that taps for color. So if you need a waste, this is like a fancy way of having a waste in your land. I'm gonna give it a D. I mean, mostly it's an F, but if you want Eldrazi mana, you can play it like a C minus D plus. All right. Oh, there's a lot of basic lands here. Monumental Henge. It's the white one that comes to play tapped on cost of planes. Taps for white. 2 white, look at the top 5 cards of your library. Reveal a historic cards, and that's artifact, legendaries, and sagas. Seems decent. I mean, all it takes for you is to have a couple of. If I have like 3 hits, I'm gonna play this card at about a C plus. It seems weaker than the red one. But this is a nice card because you can play this card without much cost, and then late in the game you're completely running out of things to do. Like think the blue Scry land from Eldraine. And you can start activating this, and if you hit the card, it's awesome, but you're not paying a huge cost. Nesting Rounds land taps for colorless, and you can pay 1, move a count from target permanent you control onto another target permanent, and you can activate only as a sorcery. So I guess it's another way of having a waste. You can do some sweet stuff, maybe in a modified deck by moving your own counters, but that doesn't seem worth it to hurt your mana that badly. So again, it's a C minus. Phyrexian Tower, an old classic, taps for a colorless, and you can sacrifice a creature to add BB. This is way worse in limited because you can't often use sacrifice a mana, but it can be kind of nice in a green-black deck with like some draws. Instead of getting a colorless, you're getting black. So then they also fix your mana. Again, this is a waste, taps for waste mana, so it's like a C minus. I don't think it's a particularly good limited card. It gives you a free sack outlet, so Phyrexian Tower plus Reef Worm. I think Reef Worm might secretly be a blue-black gold card at this point. Then you can go up to a C. Okay, we have the green land here. It's the battlefield tapped on External Forest, taps for green. Delirium, TGG, becomes a copy of target permanent card in your graveyard. So this seems like the best one so far. Because you don't want to activate this card until later in the game anyway. And later in the game, it's easy for you to have Delirium, and there's going to be more juicy permanent cards to play. So this one I think is a B. If I'm green, this is a very high pick because you're not paying a huge price, and it's almost like a free creature later in the game, because later in the game you might copy like a 6/6 and just attack. And Delirium seems not that hard to get in green. You have like some bestow creatures, you have cycling creatures, you have maybe black and having mill and so on. Spymaster's Vault, the black land, and it's better if you tap on you can control a swamp, add black. Black tap, target creature you control connives X, where X is the number of creatures that die this turn. It's a little awkward because generally creatures die in combat and then it's too late for connive, but maybe you have cast a removal spell and you can afford to connive. Seems like a C plus B minus, seems like one of the weaker ones. I think it's weaker than the red, but better than like the blue one at least. Alright, we have Ugin's Labyrinth. Land imprints. When it ends battle for you, may exile a colorless card with mana value 7 great from your hand. As for colorless, if a card is exiled with this card, you add double colorless. And you can return the exile card to its own side. If I'm Eldrazi, I think this is a good card because when you play this, you get rid of something expensive, and then it helps you cast your other cards. And then when you're running out of things to do, maybe because you cast cards earlier than on schedule, you even got to have the time to return the card. I mean, it doesn't do anything super broken. Like, I think this is going to be more broken in Constructed. But I think if I'm in an Eldrazi deck, I'm going to probably play it about a C+. I think that it helps you ramps out, and then later in the game you can get the card back. It ramps for everything. It doesn't only help you cast Eldrazi. You can cast like a 4-drop on turn 3. I think it's a C+. Could even be better, honestly. Urza's Cave taps for a waste. 3 tap sacrifice this search survivor for a land card put by tapped and shuffled. This is one of the better waste mana cards, I think, because early taps for waste, and then when you have a mana to spend, you can search your library for any land. So it fixes your mana as well. I think it's a C. Not a great card, but fine. Alright, that was it. That was a exhausting set review. Thank you for listening, and any feedback is of course welcome.